Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-57, Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act 2023.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
A decade ago this very month, I had walked through the Euromaidan. On the cobbled streets in Kyiv spanned crowds of thousands. They were jubilant, humorous, and optimistic. They sang, cheered in peaceful protest. On stage, speeches were extolling the promise of a future independent of Kremlin domination, enabled by oligarchs and their corruption, gave voice to generations of Ukrainians fed up by the old order. Ukrainians that survived Stalin's famine 90 years ago through Holodomor, Ukrainians whose perilous march to freedom had been perpetually subjected to subversion. As far as the eye could see, ribbons of yellow and blue adorned a people with the powerful idea that they might soon be free of the yoke of the neo-colonial revanchist ambitions. Free of a neighbor they longed for good relations with, yet a neighbor determined to deny the self-determination of an entire people. I had been accompanying my friend and former boss, Canada's Foreign Minister John Baird. I watched him take in what we had been witnessing together, make a wide grin, then take to the stage to stand with the people whose moment of independence had arrived. Months later, we returned to charred buildings of cobblestone ripped from the ground by protesters fighting a government that turns its guns on them, and of flowers laid before portraits of the fallen. In the subsequent vacuum of transition, March 2014, Russia illegally annexed Crimea. It was the opening chapter of what now constitutes Russia's invasion of Ukraine. By April, Russian special operations, Spetsnaz GRU units, paratroopers of the 45th Guards Spetsnaz Brigade of the VDV, and Wagner contractors seized territory in the Donbass. Too often, we start the story at the middle and not at the beginning. To some, the story of Ukrainian independence commenced in the mid-2000s amid political turmoil, economic challenges, and external pressure. The Orange Revolution in 2004 set the stage for a democratic transition, but the road ahead was far from smooth. At communism's end, Ukraine held the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. They divested that power to guarantee their territory. And in 1994, they received those guarantees from the Russian Federation, the United States, the United Kingdom at Budapest. Had the Allied world deepened its commitment to Ukraine territorial integrity, as Prime Minister Stephen Harper strenuously recommended at NATO in 2008, today's brutal, illegal, costly war in Europe would never have happened. The Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that Prime Minister Harper first negotiated in 2015 was one part of a much more robust approach. It led the world. It supported the people's Euro-Atlantic aspirations, their territorial integrity, even as war was being waged against them. Conservatives with Harper recognized the importance of supporting ascendant Ukrainian civil society and its democracy. We strengthened Ukrainian democratic institutions, enhanced the rule of law, combated corruption. Conservatives with Harper were at the forefront of imposing sanctions on Russia at every stage. Serious costs were imposed on the Kremlin. Along with free trade, conservatives with Harper stabilized the Ukrainian economy, preventing financial collapse and bolstering Ukrainian resilience. As Russia's aggression escalated, conservatives with Harper launched Operation Unifier, the Canadian Armed Forces mission that founded the modern Ukrainian armed forces. That, as President Petro Poroshenko said, was instrumental in how Ukraine repelled Putin's opening advance toward Kyiv in February last year. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the strength of the conservative approach to securing Ukraine, stabilizing the world, was indeed the envy of the world. It culminated in 2014 when Prime Minister Stephen Harper confronted Vladimir Putin's repugnant deceptions at the G8, looked him squarely in the eye, and said, "Get out of Ukraine." The G8 became the G7, rightly so, because of strong and principled conservative leadership that ensured the integrity of our alliances. Compare that to NDP Liberals who arrived in office to an inheritance in which Canadian influence was undeniable. And what did they do with it? They pursued entreaties of appeasement instead. NDP Liberals dispatched senior diplomats to capitals around the world with a message of Canada is back. Back to the Kremlin, back to Tehran, back to Beijing. Appeasement that even as Russia intensified its invasion of the Ukrainian East, then Foreign Minister Stéphane Dion dispatched his officials to seek to restore good relations with Vladimir Putin. Appeasement by sending emissaries to the clerical regime in Iran, even as it showcased its domestic brutality, exported terror armies now attacking Israel from across the Middle East, and pursued nuclear weapons. And they didn't learn. In 2020, appeasement after Ukrainian Airlines flight PS752 was shot out of the sky by a regime sheltering itself under the human shield of civilian flights, killing 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. Appeasement that shocked families of victims, watching their prime minister warmly hold the murderous regime's foreign minister's hand, beam a warm smile, and bow his head. Appeasement by pursuing free trade, extradition, and cybersecurity treaties with Beijing, while turning their back to the trade deal conservatives had negotiated across Asia. Watch, Madam Speaker, as they now pretend C-51 is the singular triumph of a foreign policy that is clearly broken. Conservatives will consult. We will be clear-eyed about the interests of Canadians, and we will take the right decisions for our country and our alliances. Conservatives will pursue policies of peace through strength instead of entreaties of appeasement. So how about a real trade deal that could end the war in Europe? Canada is a sole NATO ally with the potential to backfill European demand with $3 trillion worth in natural resources, the world's fourth largest oil reserves, NATO's third largest reserves of natural gas, and the capacity to scale agricultural products and technologies for the world. Putin today mimics Stalin nearly a century ago, bent on creating famine by weaponizing the food supply, burning and blockading Ukrainian grain so it cannot reach fragile markets. Vladimir Putin had spent years choreographing Germany's dependency on Russian oil, having exploited that to shake down Europe. He intervened in Syria and Libya to subvert pipelines that would supply Europe and amplified misinformation against Canadian energy. It ensured a steady stream of revenue for Russia's war machine, nearly $1 billion a day, including more than $250 million a day from Germany alone to fund his war. When Germany finally realized the costs of this, Chancellor Scholz came knocking on our door for Canadian energy, and we turned him away. Russia and Iran scale production today, evade sanctions, provide discounted prices to Beijing to wage their wars in Europe and the Middle East. Qatar, host to Hamas, inked a 3.5 million ton gas deal with France just this week. If NDP Liberals truly care about trading relationships that support Ukraine, then they can do the one game-changing thing the world has been demanding: end Russia's weaponization of energy and let Canadian resources be what fuels, feeds, and secures the world and Canadians. Across the world, we must confront the illiberal project posed by our medieval rivals upon the modern age of democracies. Our town squares are burning, mobs threatening individual dignity and freedom. The time has come for the return of leaders with conviction, leaders who do not bow before the illiberal age upon us, but who instead unlock the economic and military strength required in this generation's greatest test. I think of Ukraine a decade ago and all that has transpired since, from the jubilation of the revolution of dignity to all the carnage, the rubble, the costs of chaos and disorder that appeasement has resulted in. Hope seems like an idea so far away. 1 year ago, in a report from the bombardment of Kharkiv, an elderly woman stood in the rubble of her apartment. She interrupted her neighbor in the middle of an interview, surveying the damage inflicted by Russia's indiscriminate attacks. She shared 3 words: hope dies last. Hope dies last, Madam Speaker. If we are to live up to our potential as a country, then we will heed her wisdom that without hope we have nothing. It is time to replace a government unwilling to do what Canada must. It is time to replace it with one that delivers upon the strengths of our nation to a world eagerly awaiting them, that restores the promise of Canada to alliances broken so badly by these NDP Liberals. Let's make the trade deal we should be making, the one that delivers hope, the one that delivers the energy that would end the war, bring strength to the alliances we depend on, and secure the future for all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that the the member take the attitude that he has towards Ukraine and talk to members of his own caucus as they continue to filibuster this piece of legislation. You know, number one, it's factually incorrect. It was this government that signed off on the first Ukraine deal. And it is the government, it's the Conservative Party across the way, Madam Speaker, that continues to filibuster Bill C-57, which is the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. You can say all the wonderful words and glorify Stephen Harper as the Prime Minister of Canada all you want, Madam Speaker, but the bottom line is the Conservative Party is reckless and they're risky. At the end of the day, they're not recognizing the true value of seeing this legislation pass. Not only is it economically the right thing to do, but take a look at what's taking place in Europe. And we can send a very strong message in favor of Ukraine that would be very powerful. Will this member stand in his place and make a commitment that he will do whatever he can to ensure this legislation will pass throughout the House of Commons, including the Senate, before...
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to respond to the Honourable House Leader, especially because I think his perspective of what's going to make a difference in this war, in this world, and for Canadians is quite skewed. I mean, if you really wanted to, through you, Madam Speaker, deal with the issues that the world is dealing with, that Europe is dealing with, the dependency of energy that they've come to rely on the Russian Federation with, that Putin's domination of the energy order of Europe has now come to an end. If you wanted to make a singular decision to end the war, then the energy and effort that Canadians need to be making is to get our energy and resources to market, to displace Russian dependency with Canadian long-term supply. We're a country that has the highest standards of the rule of law. We have the highest ethical standards. Our production reduces emissions internationally. And it's one of the most important projects that we could be undertaking in this venture. So I thank the honourable member.
I got to take some other questions, and if the honourable member's phone is on his desk, I would ask him to move it away because it does affect the interpreters when it vibrates. Questions and comments, honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Joliette. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. We welcome this new free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. Now, we do acknowledge that Stephen Harper negotiated the previous deal, which was implemented, but then there were elections just before. But this version goes even further. Ukraine is part of the WTO, so the advantages here are very marginal. This is mostly a very strong diplomatic signal which sends the message that Ukraine is our friend. Now, of course, we need to look at financial market sectors. This agreement recognizes that the Ukrainian territory includes the Donbass and Crimea. That's a good message to send. What does my colleague think about that?
Canada has always stood for Ukraine's territorial integrity. It will never accept Crimea's illegal annexation. It will never accept the idea that Russia's claim over the Donbass are somehow credible. They're not. They've never been credible. They've been a giant pantomime hosted by Vladimir Putin in his own mind about a neo-Russian idea of the country. And when you think about how we deal with the issues that the honourable member had raised, Madam Speaker, I think that the most important thing to do is to assess what kind of trade deal we want to make. The trade deal around getting our energy to Europe is one of the most important deals that we could make, and I thank the honourable member for his question.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's interesting when my honourable colleague talks about illegal occupations and indiscriminate attacks. He condemns Russia when he does it, but of course his party praises it when Israel does it. I was in this House when the Harper government was in power, and they were totally disrespected on the world stage because of that kind of inconsistency, imbalance, outdated, and Cold War oversimplification. But my question is, from 2015 to 2021, we had a Liberal majority government and a Liberal minority government. Yet in his speech, he incorrectly and repeatedly asserted it was a Liberal NDP decisions in that time period. An accurate history is the basis of sound foreign policy. With that kind of disregard for Canadian history, how can Canadians have any trust that Conservatives would have sound foreign policy in the future when they can't even get Canadian history correct?
Honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
I thank the honourable member for his question, Madam Speaker, and I'm deeply offended with how he has described the situation in the Middle East. As you know, that there are many anxious communities that are affected here in Canada today. And we know that the honourable member and his party are determined to try and paint the State of Israel and the IDF, who have every right to defend the hostages that have been taken from their land. They have every right to have their state. They have every right to believe that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and this honourable member is clearly on the path of anti-Zionist thinking. It is a condemnation of a democratic state that should never be tolerated in this chamber, and I thank him for the question.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this important agreement. I want to focus my comment reviewing this bill and its content is inappropriate for Parliament. But I do want to refer colleagues who are making that assertion to comments that were made actually earlier in debate, I think it was last week, by the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, where he talked about how in previous trade agreements that have come before the House, the government hasn't afforded Parliament a lot of time to review things. And he actually cited that the minister in February 2020, ahead of the U.S. renegotiated CUSMA agreement, made the following commitment to require that a notice of intent to enter into negotiation towards a new free trade agreement be tabled in the House of Commons at least 90 calendar days prior to the commencement of negotiations, and then to require objectives for notifications towards new free trade agreements to be tabled in the House of Commons at least 30 calendar days prior to the commencement of negotiations. Under normal parliamentary procedures, these objectives would be referred to the Committee on International Trade. As far as I understand, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to be corrected, I don't believe that the government actually did that in this case, and that, you know, is problematic. And I also think that, you know, because the government has failed to do this, it is incumbent upon parliamentarians to take time to scrutinize this legislation. It does affect many different aspects of the economy, you know, some in very positive ways, but our job here is to scrutinize legislation, and the assertion that somehow we shouldn't be doing that is actually anti-democratic, Madam Speaker. So I would hope that honourable colleagues refrain from that assertion and instead focus on the subject at hand today. And I also hope that if the government is going to enter into future negotiations such as this, that they abide by the rules that they have put forward to this place. It would make things a lot more productive, and it would be far more respectful of our time and parliamentarians' time here. Thank you. All right. So on to the subject of the agreement. I have two, I'd like to focus my comments on this bill for consideration in two key components. First of all is the concept of treatment of intangibles in free trade agreements. There was quite a bit of, I think, rightful concern about the government's lack of focus on how to treat intangibles in the previous Canada-US free trade agreement. And I think it's incumbent, and I would just implore colleagues, should this bill make it to committee, to be looking at this particular aspect in any free trade agreement, including this one. I want to read one passage just to put into the record for colleagues to consider as they're deliberating this bill, and it's it was a passage, I believe, read, it's by Jim Balsillie, Canadian industry leader, talking about intangibles and trade. So the instruments designed to govern the intangibles economy, including the New Age trade agreements such as CUSMA, CPTPP, and the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, entrench and expand protections for owners of IP and data. However, he noted that this is not new. In the 1990s, he said trade agreements became the main tool for devising preferential marketplace frameworks that suit the owners of IP. He also says that nowhere was the shift from intangibles to intangibles set in sharper relief than with Canada's largest trading partner in the U.S. He goes on to later critique how Canada's woeful late recognition of the shift to intangibles and the failure to understand its significance for national prosperity and security resulted in its falling behind, walking into strategic errors, and now leaving it poised to enter the post-pandemic world, not only in just catch-up mode, but relegated to competing globally on the cost of its tech talent with low-wage jurisdictions. He talks about how Canada has an IP, an intellectual property trade deficit, and that even his council's recommendation would have us paying even more rents out to IP owners who are principally foreign. This is something that I really hope colleagues will consider in their deliberations over this particular bill, particularly as Canada still lags behind the rest of the world in terms of dealing with artificial intelligence regulations. We are entering a phase, Madam Speaker, where our economy, the global economy, isn't just entering into a digital economy. It is in a digital economy and progressing into a generative economy. And when we just focus on widgets and tangibles as a primary focus of trade agreement, these other aspects like intellectual property protection, how data ownership, these are all things that if we promulgate them in our trade agreements without failure to thinking about the downstream impact 10, 15 years are on our economy, we are actually setting Canada's economic prospects behind. I'm not necessarily saying that's the case in this agreement, but I would just hope that parliamentarians who are tasked with looking at this agreement, particularly in the committee stage, would focus on precedent that's being set with regard to intangibles and intellectual property component, or with any other trade agreement. I think that's something that Parliament needs to be seized with. So just a note to colleagues who might be looking at that in the future. The other thing that I want to focus on, and I'm just trying to find the exact subsection here, it would be section 1310 of the trade agreement, under subsection 8D, which says promote the rapid transition from unabated coal power to clean energy sources. So, Madam Speaker, this is a great laudable objective. I think that as previous colleagues have talked about in this House here, the provision of clean energy and reducing Ukraine, other European countries' reliance on Russia for energy, it should be an objective of the Canadian government. However, as other colleagues have pointed out, the government's own actions over the last 8 years have been antithetical to that posture. So it's very difficult for the government to make an assertion like this in a trade agreement after 8 years of failing to acknowledge that Canada has a duty to build out facilities to provide cleaner sources of energy, like liquefied natural gas, to other economies if they're going to make or take a posture like this in the trade agreement. The reality is that Canada's government has taken a posture that is against the development of this type of resource. And in fact, I would, Speaker, draw your attention to an article. It was in Reuters from October 6th of last year, so over a year ago. The Prime Minister, Canada's Prime Minister, under pressure from Conservative rival to back new LNG. So this article covered extensively what happened when German Chancellor Olaf Scholz came to Canada seeking a major role for Canada in replacing Russian supplies, like energy. The rebuff that our allies in Europe got from this government was wholly inappropriate. And the fact that a year has gone by and we're now taking this posture in this trade agreement without having seen any movement forward from the government on how to increase this type of export in an environmentally sustainable way is wholly irresponsible. My colleague from Calgary Heritage earlier in his speech talked about how Canada's failure to provide, we have this resource in abundant supply. We have some of the strictest environmental controls in the world. Canada is actually remarkably well placed to develop this resource in an environmentally responsible manner. There's colleagues from all different parties who represent ridings that are part of the development of this resource. The fact that the government has not I guess what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is there's a bit of a cognizant dissonance between the posture that they've taken in 1310 of the trade agreement and the reality of building out this infrastructure. So I would encourage colleagues, as they consider this bill, as well as colleagues in the governing party, to look at ways to close that gap or to bring those two postures together. We can't be putting postures like this in a trade agreement with any sort of truth to it without building out that infrastructure. It's good for the Canadian economy, and it certainly would defund the Russian war machine. This is really important. This is something that this is a broader objective, and it will also provide stronger economic support for the country as well, too. I'll just close with this. Many colleagues in the House have pointed out in the debate over the Conservative motion on removing home heating tax that will be voted on Monday on how natural gas is a cleaner source of energy and we should be looking to displace it. I don't understand why that cognitive dissidence exists in other areas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, back in September, President Zelensky came to Ottawa and spoke in this very chamber. Part of the purpose of the trip was to sign off on the Ukraine-Canada trade agreement. That's what this legislation is based on, and that was brought in shortly after the signature. And I believe, given the fact that you have the President of Ukraine during a time of war coming to Canada to sign off on a trade agreement, and then to see the silly games being played on this legislation by the Conservative Party of Canada is somewhat disgraceful. I believe that the Conservative Party there's an element in there that does not want to see this legislation pass. And I'll ask the member, does she support what her colleague from Cumberland Colchester made reference to, that this legislation is woke, and in some way, Madam Speaker, that Canada should not be having an agreement with Ukraine at a time of war? Does she support his comments?
Calgary-Nosio.
I'm actually surprised my colleague brought up the incident that happened during President Zelensky's address. It didn't go so well, did it, for the government? And I do think that the government owes a significant apology to the Ukrainian people for their complete mishandling and the debacle that ensued there. It was disgraceful what happened, and the government should be ashamed of itself. In terms of calling the review of legislation that's before this place a silly game, I think that's very indicative of this government and this party's disrespect for Parliament and disrespect for parliamentary privilege. Thank you, Speaker.
I want to remind members, first of all, if they've had an opportunity to ask a question, if they have others, they should wait. And I also want to remind members that if they want to have conversations, they should take it outside of this chamber while the House is in session. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Calgary-Nosal for her speech. I heard her make a variety of comments about the content of the agreement, but more generally, we know that when it comes to these international agreements, members can't really modify them. They can just agree or disagree. They can't really suggest changes. Parliamentarians' role is limited. For example, in November 2020, when the post-Brexit agreement was renegotiated with the UK, members on the International Trade Committee were asked to debate a text that they didn't even have. So I'd like to hear from my colleague in a general fashion about this problem. The fact that parliamentarians have almost no influence on the negotiation of international trade agreements, and that is ultimately left up to the executive branch.
Calgary-Nosio.
That's an excellent point, and I know that her colleagues in her party have been making this point in debate, and it's a good one. And I think it's a strong contrast to what the government deputy House Leader, which just said it characterized the scrutiny of these as silly games, right? That's not appropriate. That's actually denigrating Parliament and our role. I would point out again that in debate, our colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, pointed out that the government made a commitment to Parliament to give advance notice, to have trade negotiation go through the International Trade Committee. This has not happened in this case, and it is incumbent upon us to point out that Parliament does have a role. We have a large, diverse regional economy where we have many stakeholders who will want feedback. That is our job, and I fully support her assertion that the government did not undertake that in this instance, and now we have a duty as parliamentarians to undertake that role. So excellent point, which I fully agree with.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. One of the things that I've noticed about this draft is that there's a chapter on trade regarding Indigenous peoples, and I really like that there's a chapter to make sure that in the free trade agreement that there are some activities regarding economic development in free trade. And I think, if I understand it correctly, this is the first time that maybe there's a chapter like this in a free trade agreement. And I wonder if the member agrees that for any future free trade agreements that there's always chapters to make sure that Indigenous peoples Canadas are getting some highlight, some profile to ensure that we're having better economic development activities to support Indigenous peoples.
Answer from the honourable member Calgary-Nose Hill.
It is vitally important that Parliament, the Canadian government, consider the economic self-determination rights of Indigenous persons in all of our activities. I think that should be a principle that's extended beyond agreements like this, in fact, to natural resource development, environmental assessment, the inclusion of Indigenous and traditional knowledge in policies such as health, science, and research and technology. So it is encouraging to see more discussion of this and this particular principle included in debate in Parliament writ large. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe in free trade, I believe in Canada, and I believe in Canadians. I know that we are one of the most creative peoples in the world. I know that there is no one who surpasses us in business acumen or in the quality of the products we make. I know that on the level playing fields, Canadians will always succeed. Our strength is our people. We are so much more than the hewers of wood and drawers of water of our colonial past. We are energetic, innovative, and we have been energized by the input of people and cultures from around the globe. Canadians are not afraid of free trade. They welcome it. Before the people of Edmonton Manning asked me to be their representative in this House, I was a businessman. From arriving in Canada as an immigrant with little more than clothes on my back, I took the opportunity this country gives. Work hard and build a business that have customers around the world. Anyone who has experience in international business will tell you that there seems to be no end to the possible problems and pitfalls. And all too often, in too many places, the rules of business do not seem fair. A free trade agreement is designed to make rules fair, to open opportunities for business people in the countries it covers. A free trade agreement tells the world that the countries signing it are not afraid of fair and honest competition, that they believe in the abilities of their citizens and they want them to prosper. I know firsthand that Canada and Canadians can compete with whatever the world has to offer. I know that we have the people and the brain power to shine on the world stage. The ties between Canada and Ukraine are long-standing and historic. It was under a Conservative government that on December 2nd, 1991, Canada became the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union. It was under a Conservative Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, that Canada undertook Operation Unifier, the Canadian Armed Forces mission to bolster the capabilities of the armed forces of Ukraine through the provision of a critical military training. That Ukraine has been so successful in the past 2 years in fighting against the invader is in the part of it because of that partnership with Canada. That partnership is more than a military alliance. It is also about trade. It was Conservatives who successfully negotiated the current Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement. So, what will this bill do? Among other things, it is designed to B, promote, through the elimination of barriers to trade in goods and services, the expansion of reciprocal trade and the strengthening of economic relations between Canada and Ukraine in order to create opportunities for economic development. C, promote conditions of fair competition affecting trade between Canada and Ukraine. And D, ensure a predictable commercial framework for business planning and investment. As a former businessman, I appreciate that word predictable to be very comforting. What any business people wants to know is that the rules are solid, that the ground doesn't shift in the middle of a deal. In a world where there seems to be an increasing number of variables, where so much is uncertainty, it is important to have a predictable commercial framework if you want business to invest and spur your economy. I'm a big fan of fair competition. As I said, I believe in Canada and in Canadians. I think that we can hold our own in a fair competition. Indeed, we can do more than hold our own. We can excel. Canadians, businesses are always looking for opportunities for economic development, opportunities for expansion. That is one of the reasons we have a free trade agreements to create those same opportunities. This legislation updates the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that was first proposed by the Conservative government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper. That agreement, which came into force on August 1st, 2017, eliminated tariffs on 86% of Canada's merchandise exports to Ukraine. In 2022, Canada's merchandise exports to Ukraine total of $150 million of merchandise imports, $150 million, while merchandise imports from Ukraine was $271 million. As a reflection of the need brought about by Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, Canada stopped export to that country in 2022 with armored vehicles and their parts. Also on the list were fish and seafood, pharmaceuticals, machinery, and private donations. Canada stopped imports from Ukraine were animal and vegetable fats and oils, iron and steel, and electric machinery and equipment. In 2022, Canadian businesses invested $112 million directly in Ukraine. Canada currently has $150 million trade deficit with Ukraine. When the Harper government originally negotiated the FTA, it was designed to be an asymmetrical agreement in which Ukraine would initially gain the most benefit. The inclusion of more services trade in the updated FTA and some of the other changes should balance our bilateral trade. Especially in this time of conflict, Canada should continue looking for ways to use our economic strengths to support the Ukrainian people. That includes exporting Canadian liquid natural gas to break European dependence on natural gas from Russia. But, Madam Speaker, this bill, despite being called the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act 2023, really isn't really about free trade, is about hope. It is about the hope that one day, hopefully soon, Vladimir Putin will realize that his brutal invasion of Ukraine is doomed to fail and that once again can be peace in the land. It's about the hope of millions of people displaced by fighting who are longing to return home to pick up the pieces of their lives. It's about the hope of a return to a normal where there's no longer the fear of failing bombs. It's about the hope that those areas scarred by war can be rebuilt and restored. It's about the hope that with peace can come renewed prosperity. This agreement is about the future of Canada and the future of Ukraine, about an ongoing partnership that benefits both countries. Canadians have been impressed with the courage shown by the Ukrainian people in the face of war. Their commitment to freedom and democracy is an inspiration. We want to do what we can to support them in their struggle. Indeed, The worldwide assumption was that in any military confrontation between Vladimir Putin's Russia and Ukraine, the outcome would be a swift and a decisive Russian victory. Our paper there, no contest. This bill is a sign that there is indeed life after war, and it will be a good life. It will be important for Canada and all other democracies to show their support to Ukraine in its time of need. We have shown our support militarily. We have shown our support morally. Now, we need to ensure that post-war Ukraine has the tools it needs for rebuilding and continued success. Conservatives will always work to ensure that the trade agreements are in the interest of Canada and of all Canadians. But part of that is ensuring that the agreements are fair to our trading partners. We are stronger as trading nation when we deal fairly with others. Common sense conservatives support Ukraine 100%. I look forward to this bill coming before committee, which will allow us to examine what is proposed and to see how it benefits the people of Canada and also the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you notice the member talked and he emphasized how this legislation is more about hope. And I'm kind of agreeing with him in the sense that it goes far beyond just the economics of a trade agreement. Trade agreements in which the Conservative Party has traditionally supported. Yet today what we're witnessing is Conservative members that are condemning the legislation. Condemning in the sense of saying that it's woke legislation. Condemning and saying that Canada is taking advantage of Ukraine because they're in war. Madam Speaker, the issue is if the member truly believes what it is that he's saying, can he please explain to Canadians why it is the Conservative Party is the only party in the House that it appears to be wanting to filibuster and play games on this legislation as opposed to allowing it to pass? It would be a powerful, hopeful message to send to Ukraine if we could have this legislation go through before Christmas. Would you not agree?
Honourable for Edmonton Manning.
I think the questions coming from the government side has been so dividing on an issue that we believe is very important. I've spoken about hope and I've spoken about fairness. I said in my own speech, if the honourable member was listening, that we need free trade agreement to be fair for Canada and be fair with our partner, and in this case, it's Ukraine. So I hope on the hope and fair, hopefully the government will be hoping more to give us the opportunity to have an agreement that is very fair for both parties.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And a similar question to the one that was just asked. I mean, there have been times where Bill C-57 was scheduled for debate, and for one reason or another, my Conservative colleagues decided that concurrence debate and committee report was more important that day. So if, as my colleague has emphasized in his speech, that the relationship between Ukraine and Canada is so important, does my colleague eventually see the importance of eventually getting to a vote on this bill? And are there particular sections of the legislation that he thinks the committee needs to pay more attention to? I would just like to get maybe a little bit more clarity on that from my Conservative colleagues. This is not a question with an agenda. I'm just genuinely curious. Do they eventually want to get to a vote on this and improve it at committee? Thank you.
L'Honorable député de Edmonton Manning.
I mentioned in the beginning of my speech, I'm an international trade expert. I've done it as a private citizen before politics. I believe that we need enough studies to make sure that this bill comes to the best benefit of both parties, which is in this case Canada and Ukraine, Canadian people and Ukrainian people. And that is the lens that we like to see this going through.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette.
La Présidente, félicitations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to my colleague on his speech. When it comes to this agreement and others, in Canada, it's the executive, the government, that negotiates these types of agreements. When it comes to areas under provincial jurisdiction, provinces can implement provisions in the treaty that fall under their jurisdiction, but they're not truly involved in negotiations, unlike what we see in Europe, where member states play a central role in negotiating and concluding treaties for the European Union. Should Canada take note of how the Europeans do this?
1 minute to respond.
I think that's very, very important questions. Again, as I said earlier, I've done trade myself on the international stage. I know that any implementation of any agreement with the consultation of all, especially in Canada's case with the provinces and so forth, is very important. The input of everyone is very critical, and especially, of course, the Parliament has to have a say, and a proper one, in order to make sure that such agreement is going to serve well all parties, and again, in this case, on the fairness, is Canada and Ukraine.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honour for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my privilege, my honor to rise today to speak on this bill, free trade between Canada and Ukraine. This is something that I know I represent the riding of Calgary Centre, but a lot of people know that I grew up in the small towns outside Edmonton, Alberta. And when you grow up in and around the breadbasket of Canada, like Edmonton, like Saskatchewan, like so many parts of the prairies, you actually do get intertwined with the Ukrainian communities. So many of the friends on the hockey teams when I was young, Harvey Cherwinski, the people, the Boychucks, all the families that we were intertwined with. This is the result of the wave of Ukrainian immigration that came into Canada after the Holodomor, which is a horrific episode in history, a genocide, if you will, of the Ukrainian people. And we built lives together with the Ukrainian immigrants that came at that point in time. It's a wonderful, wonderful blending of cultures, and we know these people and we love these people. And these people we will continue to support in any way we can going forward here. I'm also a conservative, everybody knows that. And one of the bedrocks of what I believe is the openness of free trade around the world, free and fair trade. Conservatives started free trade in Canada back in the Mulroney years. In the 1988 election, we fought for free trade with the United States. And other parties opposed that at that point in time, but it carried. And the parties that opposed it now are jumping on board saying, what a great thing free trade is now. But I remember pushing Canadians over the line because of the negative talk from the opposition parties, both the NDP at that point in time and the Liberals, who were staking our country's future on not having free trade. And I'm glad that they've come on board so much, and they've helped expand free trade in 2 other countries, including Ukraine. Ukraine free trade agreement occurred. It was implemented actually by the last Conservative government, again, expanding that free trade across the country that we require, across the world, so that we can continue to advance economic progress and our values of freedom, our values of democracy. Think about how that took root in Ukraine. We supported Ukraine. We recognized Ukraine as a country. The Conservative government at the time was one of the first to recognize Ukraine as a country. Again, that bedrock of our blending with the Ukrainian people because of our common threads that bind us. This is something that we continue to build upon today. This is a great debate. I'm glad we're actually having this debate on this free trade agreement, and we can talk about the importance to the Ukraine, the importance to Canada, because this is an important free trade agreement, as was the one that was just recently negotiated and came into effect in 2017. So less than 6 years ago, we started having open free trade with Ukraine. And what happened since then, of course, is just over around 2 years ago, of course, close to 2 years ago, Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. So recognize what his goal was at that point in time. His goal was to submerge the Ukrainian people. He doesn't believe they actually are a separate people, a separate country, a separate entity where the people get to decide in a democracy how they rule themselves. Now, we stand for that. We stand for that here in Canada. We stand for that around the world. Democracy is something we need to uphold, and we will uphold it anywhere we can. And my party, and I hope all parties in this House, agree on that this is a bedrock of democracy. We continue to support democracies around the world. We continue to strongly support the people of Ukraine in their struggle against an oppressor that is on their border and inside their border, actually killing people on a daily basis. These people are putting their lives on the line to maintain what we have built together, and we support them every step of the way, every day. I remember when the invasion first happened, I asked the Minister of Natural Resources a question. I said, would you please stop the oil trade between Canada and Russia? Because it was a transfer of about $5 million per day from Canada to import Russian oil. And at that point in time, the minister stood up and he says, we don't import any crude from Russia. Well, the minister didn't understand at that point in time the difference between crude and oil. So we did import about $5 million per day of partially refined oil from Russia to Canada in order to supply our needs on the eastern coast. We are actually a country that imports energy in the east and exports it in the western part of the country. This is a bit of a travesty because we were funding $5 million per day to Russia's war machine so they could take away the sovereignty of a democratic country. And this is something that was really an issue we had to get ahead of very quickly. And eventually the minister, in about a week, he figured out Greg is right. In fact, we do have trade with Russia on oil, and we do need to do something about it. And then, of course, within the next month, they looked around and figured it out. So, incompetence. I accept that not everybody's going to be on top of every file. When it's brought to the attention of the government very quickly about what to do about trade with Russia while they're subsuming or attempting to subsume one of the best and emergent democracies in Europe, we need to act quickly. And I deplore that this government didn't act as quickly as it should have. I implore them to act more quickly in getting Ukraine its needs as soon as possible, particularly in this existential fight they have with an authoritarian regime right on their borders. But we gave support. Think about Conservatives where we are in this. Conservatives supported free trade everywhere in the world. Everywhere free and fair trade, we've negotiated great agreements all along the way. We've got one here we have to look at, and of course, as everything, devil's in the details as we go through it, and we're looking forward to looking into the details of this and getting the input from so many people at committee when we bring this before the international trade and examine the committee there. But think about the other support we've given Ukraine, Madam Speaker. We've actually helped them build their military under the Harper government. We brought a whole bunch of expertise over where effectively their ability to defend themselves at this point in time is largely dependent upon the fact that Canada stepped up at a time when danger wasn't on the horizon, but Ukraine needed our help to build the infrastructure, build that security that has sustained them at this point in time and ensured that they don't just become subsumed by a much larger entity, Russia, Vladimir Putin's Russia, just like they have been historically. It's called the Bloodlands for a reason, Madam Speaker. A lot of conflict has happened here over the centuries. But I'll go on here. We talk about all the things we could be doing with Ukraine at this point in time if this government would actually look at what trade means to this country. We don't have liquefied natural gas going to Europe. Why not? Because we've had our head in the sand about the number one way we can contribute to fixing global warming around the world, and that is to get so many countries off of coal. Who has stepped up in that case? Vladimir Putin's Russia. They export natural gas everywhere they can. They had pipelines into Europe. They have pipelines through Ukraine going to Europe. They actually have pipelines of natural gas supplying people that they're fighting against at this point in time. We stand against this. We think that there should be the availability of resources from a democracy like Canada to be able to supply Europe with the energy needs they require at this point in time. I want everybody to know that when conflict happens, like a war in Europe, Russia, Ukraine, resources are everything. If you don't have the resources to fund your democracy, you have to capitulate eventually. So we need to continue to supply those resources and think about what we can do here. Think about how we can displace the Russian oppressors here. We can actually replace their natural gas with Canadian liquefied natural gas. We can replace the fertilizer. They're the number 1 and 2 exporters of fertilizer around the world. Canada actually is the swing producer, and we could actually get a whole bunch of fertilizer, potash, offshore to actually displace Belarus and Russia, who are funding a war machine that is challenging the existence of Ukraine at this point in time. That would be important trade mechanisms to take here. International commerce has to proceed. But I remember very well. I remember the Kiewitz program. You think about how we actually, at the beginning of the war, we developed this government, a Kiewitz program, and that's the program, Canada-Ukraine Immigration Program, where we allow them to come in here to Canada and potentially to move back. So it's a temporary, for the time being, program for Ukrainians to come and be safe here in this country. So many of those came through Calgary Centre. My office helped so many of those people. I'm proud. I meet with those people often, and it was another great testament to how our two countries work together hand in hand in advancing common goals, common objectives, common culture, if you will, Madam Speaker. Let's see how this free trade agreement melds into that. I'm happy to take some questions at this point in time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Excellent speech.
Well, the honourable member will have to wait after after statements and question period to answer questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, it wouldn't be appropriate, so I wouldn't dare point out to you if there was someone quite special to me in the gallery, even if it was my mom. The daughter of Italian immigrants, she was the first to model for me what it looks like to passionately advocate for someone else. In my case, fighting for me through the depths of our healthcare system when I was just a kid. She's the first one who showed me what care and thoughtfulness looked like when she'd make lunch for my brothers and I, carefully noting on each lunch bag whose tuna salad sandwich had celery in it and whose most certainly did not. And she's the one who, through all the years, reminded me again and again that I can be my own harshest critic and that I can only do my best, whether it was when I got 9 out of 10 on a math test or came in second in my first election campaign. She's always been my biggest fan, reminding me that she loves me to the moon and back. Merci, maman, je t'aime.
Thank you, Mom. I love you too.
And the honourable member is correct. It's not right for him to point who's in the gallery, but I'm sure that his mother is very proud of him. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every year, November is the Hindu Heritage Month. This provides us the opportunity to recognize, preserve, celebrate, and promote Hindu culture and heritage. Hindus are close to 1 million strong in Canada. We have come to this wonderful country from all across the world. It is important for us to preserve our Hindu culture and heritage in Canada for our future generations. Hindu Canadians are the most peaceful, highly educated, and hardworking community, and hence a successful community. Hindu Canadians have significantly contributed and continue to do so for the socio-economic development of Canada. We have immensely enriched the rich Canada's multicultural fabric. Though the ancient Hindu heritage is alive and growing, it freely adapts to any society or civilization and also gives to whoever it comes in contact with. Happy Hindu Heritage Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada will mark Remembrance Day next Saturday, and we will gather to honor those that have served in guiding this country's freedom, those who currently serve, and those who have paid the ultimate price. We are forever in their debt. In Calgary, Remembrance ceremony started on November 1st as we mark 10 additional days of memorializing those who answered the call. These 10 days occur along the aptly named Memorial Drive, where the tree-lined sides serve as a living testament to soldiers who died during World War I. The Field of Crosses began in 2009, when it was started by a local hero, Marie McCann. It punctuates Calgary's landscape with over 3,500 crosses, paying tribute to soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of freedom. Sustaining this endeavor is an army of local volunteers and those that are inspired to provide ongoing support for remembrance through the Adopt a Cross fundraising effort. It is a sight to behold. White crosses representing our fallen, row on row, lest we forget.
Here, here.
The honourable for Brampton North.
Madam Speaker, Canadians from coast to coast to coast could tell you about the many contributions that Sikh Canadians have made in all sectors of our country. But during this Veterans Week, I'd like to especially recognize the tremendous sacrifices made by over 365,000 Sikh soldiers who fought with us and our allies during World War I and World War II. This Sunday, many Canadians, including myself, will be attending the Sikh Remembrance Day ceremony in Mount Hope, Kitchener, to remember these heroes. The annual Remembrance Day ceremony for Sikh Canadians in Mount Hope is a 15-year-old tradition that has been held at the grave of Private Bookham Singh. Private Bookham Singh joined the Canadian Expeditionary Force in 1915. He was a pioneer Sikh Canadian who served right alongside other Canadian troops in World War I. Private Bookham was a brave hero who was wounded twice in 2 separate battles. He fought and died for our country, and in honor of his memory, today in Brampton we have a school in his name. Madam Speaker, as Canadians, may we never forget the sacrifice and contribution that Sikh Canadians like Private Bookham Singh have made to Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwana Newcastle.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the Prime Minister to call for a ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. We must condemn the horrific killings of Israelis by Hamas, the taking of hostages. We must condemn Israel's relentless killing of Palestinian civilians in Gaza, including over 3,000 children. UNICEF has said that Gaza has become a graveyard for children. Let me be clear, Canada is complicit. Canada's arms exports to Israel are at record high levels, over $20 million exported last year. A significant percentage of our exports include explosives and components related to military aircraft. There is the risk they've been used in the bombings of refugee camps, hospitals, the killing of entire families. Canada used to be a leader for peace in the Sinai, in Cyprus, at the UN. We need to be that voice for peace now more than ever. Call for a ceasefire, the freeing of hostages, immediate humanitarian aid, and a 2-state solution with peace and security, including the end of the occupation and a just peace for Palestinians.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Madam Speaker, we have just had a very difficult summer. We were faced with extreme heat, torrential rain, and unprecedented wildfires. Yet again, I was able to witness the courage and solidarity of the agricultural producers of Châteauguay-Lacolle when faced with climate-related hardship. And, Madam Speaker, I'm glad that my colleagues from Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation and Laurier-Sainte-Marie were also able to admire their resilience, their expertise, and their resourcefulness. We are there for them, and we will continue to be there for them. Agriculture workers are hard hit by climate change. They're our partners in the fight that we are waging to protect the future of our planet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That is open. I would just ask members to please make sure if they're online that their mics are closed. The honour member for Dufferin-Caledon.
We've lost a good one, Madam Speaker. Steve Hayward passed away in August this summer. He spent his entire life serving our community in Caledon. I met Steve in 2019 at the Alton Legion during a Remembrance Day ceremony. Steve was a fixture there. In fact, Steve spearheaded the $400,000 renovation of the Alton Legion. He also was in charge of trying to get Dixie Road renamed Veterans Way. He was always giving to our community and always giving to the Legion. It was all about community for Steve. He volunteered everywhere. He founded Club Caledon to help young people. He volunteered with lacrosse, minor baseball, minor hockey, just to name a few. He was also in 2021 Caledon's Senior of the Year. But there's more. To children all across Caledon, he was Mr. Santa, where he dressed up in that beautiful red costume and brought joy to children all across Caledon. We've lost a good one, Madam Speaker. To Steve's family and friends, you have our deepest condolences. He will be missed.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Madam Speaker, this November we celebrate Lebanese Heritage Month and the rich culture of Lebanon, its generous and hardworking people, and their contribution to making our communities vibrant and prosperous. Madam Speaker, thousands of Lebanese call my community of Windsor-Tecumseh home, and because of that, my hometown boasts some of the best festivals and the best food in Canada. Whether it's the annual St. Ignatius and St. Peter's festivals, or the bounty of restaurants such as Souk, Hamoudi's, Mazar, Al Sabil, or Tabbouleh, our Lebanese community proudly shares their rich heritage. It is also a community of dedicated doctors, nurses, teachers, artists, athletes, and entrepreneurs. Yesterday, the founders of Cedar Valley, our local manufacturer of fattoush salad dressing and authentic Lebanese-style pita chips, were featured on CBC Dragon's Den. Madam Speaker, let's deepen our appreciation of the priceless contribution of Lebanese Canadians make to our Canadian mosaic. And to everyone back home, Kul Lula, Lil Watan, Lil Ula, Lil Alan. Thank you.
The honourable member for Milton.
I proudly grew up at the Chautauqua Co-op, which is a vibrant community built with federal funding from Pierre Elliott Trudeau's liberal housing strategy back in the 80s. We don't have enough public non-market housing in Canada, and that's a real problem. So I'm proud of the government for investing over $1.5 billion into non-market housing solutions going forward. But this week I was disgusted to hear the Conservative leader refer to co-op housing as Soviet-style housing. Madam Speaker, my mom's family escaped Soviet Hungary, and she's been building co-ops in this country for the last 30 years. So to hear that from a guy who has never had a job outside of government and lives in government-subsidized housing was tremendously disturbing. Stigmatizing low-income Canadians won't build housing, and neither will the Conservatives' risky, irresponsible plan. It's time that we end this stigmatization of people on the lower income scale and get them the housing that they need and deserve.
The honourable member Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada was once a country where everyone was equal. But after 8 years as its NDP Liberal government, it seems that some Canadians are more equal than others. Rather than axing the tax for all Canadians everywhere, the Prime Minister declared carbon tax exemptions for some Canadians in some places. But why? Because his Atlantic caucus revolted with dwindling poll numbers? The Minister of Rural Economic Development said, if you want an exemption, vote Liberal. My father had a phrase for that. Can't say it here. So on Monday, the Liberal member from Edmonton Centre has two choices. Will he side with the Prime Minister's ideological project and tell his constituents he doesn't care how much it costs to heat their homes in frigid Edmonton in the winter? Or will the Liberals have a free vote for a common-sense Conservative motion to make all Canadians equal by axing the tax?
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, this week I met with Lori Oshevsky and representatives of Home Children Canada, an organization that's raising public awareness around a point in time when our history when Canada's immigration laws facilitated the flow of orphaned or low-income children to be immigrated for the purpose of domestic servantry. While many of these children lived hard lives in the UK, enduring the industrial boom and world wars, their time in Canada was hardly easy. They worked on farms or in homes under very harsh conditions, and many of these young children, Madam Speaker, were abused, mistreated, and neglected. So many of the stories of home children have been lost over time that many Canadians today are unaware of their family's connection to this issue. I know this because I'm a descendant of one. My great-grandmother, Elizabeth Boardman, arrived alone at the very young age of 13. I share this statement today to ensure the stories of British home children are never forgotten, considering the harrowing fate many of them met while in Canada. And I thank Lori and all members of Home Children Canada for their continued advocacy on this very important issue.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
On the Liberal tax on home heating, inexplicably, the member from Edmonton Centre suggested his constituents should switch out their natural gas furnaces for expensive, higher-emitting heating oil systems. And the member from Calgary Skyview has done precious little to get Calgarians the same tax relief for home heating that his party has given to other parts of the country. In debate here, the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River defended the Liberal tax on home heating, even as people in his community are struggling to afford food and housing under 8 years of the NDP Liberal coalition. These Liberals need to get their act together. On Monday, these Liberals have the opportunity to admit the Liberal carbon tax isn't worth the cost and vote in favour of our common-sense, Conservative motion to axe the tax on all forms of home heating. Winter is coming, and Canadians in all parts of the country are watching. These Liberals should do the right thing, stand up for their constituents, and vote in favour of this motion.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Nova Scotia Liberal MPs got an earful this summer on how the carbon tax was making
life more unaffordable, and that they were having to choose between eating, heating, and housing. And last week, on the day of the massive rally for the leader of the Conservatives in Nova Scotia, the panicking Liberal Prime Minister, who is plummeting in the polls, made an emergency announcement. What was the big announcement? Was it to remove the cause of the problem of the cost of living crisis and axe the carbon tax? No. Was it to permanently take the carbon tax off home heating at least? No. It was to pause the tax on oil heating temporarily, but quadruple it after the next election. And the Liberal minister from Newfoundland said the pause only applies to places that vote Liberal. Atlantic Canadians want fairness, not divisive politics. I challenge Atlantic Liberals to vote for the Conservative motion to remove this Prime Minister's costly carbon tax from all forms of home heating so that Canadians can keep the heat on.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to mark International Inuit Day, which is celebrated annually on November 7th. Did you know that Ottawa-Vanier and the National Capital Region are home to the largest Inuit population outside Northern Canada? In my community, we're home to several organizations dedicated to serving the community, including Inuit Inuit Arts, a place where residents can practice art, learn, and practice Inuktitut. And we also have the Inuktitut Center and St. Margaret's Church, which welcomes members of the community.
Join me and the Ottawa Inuit community to celebrate Inuit International Day at the Ani Putuguk Park in Sandy Hill from 1 to 4 p.m. It will be an opportunity to experience the unique Inuit culture, heritage, and traditions. Community feasts, tuvan throat singing, and drumming performances will be featured. Nakumik, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, now more than ever, we need true leadership from those elected to represent Canadians. We are seeing the devastating impacts of the climate crisis, and too many are struggling to make ends meet. Yet, the outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not providing Canadians with the representation they need, one that truly matches our communities. Canadians know change is necessary. We don't have time to wait. The Liberals ran off a promise of electoral reform, but instead, this promise was broken time and again. Motion 86 calls on the government to implement a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. Ensuring democracy is strong is all of our responsibilities as elected officials, yet Canadians are watching in dismay as divisive politics and partisan games get in the way of real action. Madam Speaker, today I call on all members in this House to listen to Canadians and support M86.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, the Parti Québécois has just published a study about the finances of an independent Quebec. The study is both thorough and accurate. Its publication prompted the National Assembly to unanimously adopt a motion recognizing the financial viability of an independent Quebec. In other words, all elected representatives of all political parties represented in Quebec City, including the West Island Liberals, agree that Quebec as a country would be financially viable. The study shows that Quebec would be comparable to G7 and OECD countries across all financial dimensions. But most of all, the study reminds us that beyond financial viability, the economic advantage of being a country is being able to choose for ourselves where we invest our money by putting an end, and I'm quoting their leader, to federal favoritism to Quebec's detriment when it comes to direct investment in the economy. Quebecers have more than enough resources to have their own country. The only question is when.
The honourable for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
You won't believe what happened in a committee hearing yesterday into the Prime Minister's $54 million Arrive scam that's now under RCMP investigation. Christian Firth, one of the co-owners of GC Strategies, is a ghost contractor and key player in Arrive scam, and he was ordered to appear at committee. And when asked if a senior government official had a cottage, he said no. But when pressed, Firth said, well, it's a chalet, not a cottage. Now, people in rural Ontario don't speak the same language as the Liberal elite, but they do know when someone is lying. When asked if he met with another senior government official in their house, Firth again said no, but documents prove that he did. He was asked if he met with government officials after hours in their homes. No, he said. But when I pressed him, he admitted that, in fact, he did meet with some government officials in their homes. So many meetings between a shady contractor and government officials that he can't even remember. We've ordered him back to committee with his bank records. Conservatives are going to get answers in the Prime Minister's $54 million Arrive scam.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Madam Speaker, happy 55th anniversary to the Centre for Immigrant and Community Services. CICS was started by a few students back in 1968. Now it provides 20,000 people annually with newcomer settlement services, language training, and employment support, as well as community health and wellness care from 8 locations in the GTA, including its head office in Scarborough-Agincourt. Under the leadership of Alfred Lamb, CICS is addressing food insecurity by using food from raised bed gardens, vertical farming, and an on-site greenhouse to feed local communities. Thank you to the staff, board members, and volunteers who make CICS special. I'm proud to say that the federal government has supported CICS with a variety of funding, including a recent grant from the Community Services Recovery Fund. Congratulations, CICS, and cheers to another 55 years.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
This desperate Prime Minister announced a temporary pause on carbon tax on home heating for some Canadians in some regions, but only if you heat with oil. How is that fair? In Sudbury, temperatures dropped to -30 in the winter. Families are struggling to keep the heat on. Conservatives will take the carbon tax off of all home heating bills on all Canadians. On Monday, the Liberal MP from Sudbury has a choice. Vote for the Prime Minister's carbon tax or vote for our common sense Conservative plan to take the tax off and keep the heat on for everyone in Sudbury.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, when it comes to fighting climate change, all I ever hear from the Conservative Party is what they oppose. They oppose providing heat pumps to save on energy bills. They oppose price on pollution that will put more money in the pockets of Canadians. The heat pump program is a national program. They also oppose the offshore renewable energy projects. If the Conservative Party actually cares about Canadians, they would present policies that actually support and not just cut on programs. Climate change is important. We're taking address to deal with this, and that's what we're going to be doing, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
The Prime Minister is creating 2 classes of Canadians, those who pay the carbon tax and those who don't. The temporary pause on home heating is for some Canadians, but not for everyone in North Bay. The North Bay Food Bank reports they're running low on supplies. Winter is coming. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, people are forced to choose between heating and eating. He's not worth the cost. On Monday, the Liberal MP from North Bay has a choice. Vote for the Liberal carbon tax or vote with common sense Conservatives to take the tax off and keep the heat on for everyone in North Bay.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Madam Speaker, we're helping Canadians all over the country to go away from expensive, polluting fuels as quickly as possible to fight climate change. This is why we're making it even cheaper and easier to install heat pumps. We're expanding the program to save $2,500 a year on home heating bills and put more money in people's pockets. This is particularly important for rural and remote communities. The Conservatives are doing all they can to end action on climate change, cut government programs, and block good jobs on renewable projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member South Surrey White Rock.
What happened to a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. The Liberal member for Thunder Bay Superior North has been in cabinet for 8 years, yet energy prices have skyrocketed in her region. The Prime Minister's temporary pause on carbon tax applies to some Canadians in some regions, but not everyone in Thunder Bay. Not fair. Conservatives will take the carbon tax off all home heating bills for all Canadians. On Monday, the Liberal minister from Northern Ontario has a choice. Vote for the Liberal carbon tax or vote with common sense Conservatives to take the tax off and keep the heat on for everyone in Thunder Bay.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Madam Speaker, every day Liberal MPs stand up against the Conservative Party who routinely vote against vital supports for affordability, housing, and health care. We have been there for Canadians across every region for the past 8 years. Meanwhile, the Conservative MPs are opposing every single measure we introduced to address affordability and climate change. This approach is reckless. Instead of their track record of divisive politics, they should be able to support good measures to help Canadians. This is a national program. Despite the misinformation from the Conservative Party, is reckless and unacceptable.
I want to remind members that they'll want to, I'm sure that whoever posed the question wants to hear it as opposed to hearing its members interrupt. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, this Prime Minister has found a new way to divide Canadians. Some Canadians will get the pause in the Liberal carbon tax, and then the 97% of other Canadians who won't get it. That shows very clearly that this tax is not worth it, just like the Prime Minister. And in fact, it just shows that the Liberal carbon tax is a tax measure, not an environmental one. When will the Prime Minister finally understand and let all Liberal members vote with common sense and scrap the Liberal carbon tax on residential heating? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, there is no price on pollution in Quebec. At the federal level, when it comes to fighting climate change, all we hear from the Conservatives is that they are opposed to heat pumps for saving on energy bills. That's a national program. They oppose pricing pollution and giving money back to Canadians. They don't want any of that. If they really cared about Canadians, they would bring forward a plan and not only say what they want to scrap. They want to scrap programs and not support Canadians, and they also don't want to do anything about climate change. The honourable member, what we want to scrap, Madam Speaker, is the Liberal carbon tax. Here's something everyone agrees on. In Canada, winter is cold. You need to heat your home, and that's expensive. That's why we need home heating during the winter. Everyone agrees on that, and what we don't agree on is that some people seem to think it would be good to have a carbon tax on heating. We don't agree with that. On Monday, there will be a vote on this. And it even seems like the NDP will vote in favor of our motion. Now, while I respect the NDP, I'll believe it when I see it. Now, another thing, we don't know if the Bloc Québécois will vote with the Liberals or with common sense. When will we know if the Prime Minister is going to allow his members to vote for common sense? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, every day Liberal members oppose the Conservative Party, who are constantly standing against common sense measures on housing and health. Over the last 8 years, we have supported Canadians throughout the country, while Conservative members stand against all of the measures we have introduced to fight poverty and climate change. Their approach is irresponsible. Instead of continuing with their divisive policies, they should support good measures to support Canadians throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, yesterday TVA announced that it will be reducing its staff by 550 positions. It's a dark day not only for the business but for Quebec television. The Bloc Québécois stands with the women and men who, after many years of giving their time and talent to the business, have now been laid off. Traditional television has been threatened for years. Everyone knows that, but nothing has been done. What is it going to take for the government to finally pay attention and realize that the future of our television is in danger? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, first of all, our thoughts are with the more than 500 families affected by these layoffs. We will be there for them and for the media and cultural industries. The reality is that this is why we need to continue with our work on C-11. That's why we brought in that bill. Unfortunately, the Conservatives still stand against the measures to protect our cultural industries and Canadian content. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, Pierre Karl Pelado was very clear. Traditional TV's business model no longer works. We need to rethink how we do things. That's true for TV, radio, and newspapers. We need to rethink how we do things, and if we don't recognize the scope of the crisis of our media, well, then our culture, our very culture, our creators, our access to information will all be threatened. We are at a crossroads. What's the plan here? What will the government do to save traditional media? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand strongly with all of the journalists and other workers at Québecor and TVA, the 500 people who lost their jobs yesterday. This is bad news for Quebec. This is a decision made by a private business. We will always support journalists and support access to information. And this is just why C11 is so important. And we hope that the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives will vote with us to help Canadian and Quebec journalists.
The Liberals continue to ignore the NDP's call to reform Nutrition North. Last month, the minister made an announcement that didn't make any reforms and only gave support to a tiny fraction of hunters and food-sharing initiatives. Continuing to subsidize for-profit companies is not reform. When will this government stop equating a few thousands of dollars in supports to hunters compared to the millions in subsidies to for-profit corporations?
The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you. I thank the member for that very important question. Transparency, accountability, and effectiveness of Nutrition North are absolute top priorities. That's why we've established the Nutrition North Compliance Audit Review Committee to look at how the subsidy is rolled out. That's why we've expanded Nutrition North program to include the Harvester Support Grant, which helps traditional hunters hunt and harvest and fish. That's why we've created the Community Foods Program, which works with schools and nonprofits to make sure people are getting the nutritious food they need.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, food banks like Loaves and Fishes in Nanaimo are overwhelmed. 2 million Canadians are turning to food banks. That's the highest number we've ever seen. Clearly, food prices, are out of control and families are suffering. The Liberals promised food costs would be lower by now, but their out-of-touch plan of nicely asking CEOs to stabilize already high prices isn't working. So will the Liberals support the NDP's plan to bring down grocery costs by putting people before profits?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government has listened to Canadians over months of, saying that they're struggling to pay their bills, and we recognize that that's challenging when you see a grocery industry that's highly consolidated and with 80% market share, and food prices are way too high. That's why we called the largest grocery chains at CEOs to Ottawa who have developed action plans. We're now seeing them implement those action plans, and we are monitoring closely to make sure that we can hold those grocery chains accountable. We're also updating our competition laws to increase competition in the marketplace, and I think that's essential. That's responsible action on behalf of our government.
And for Colonial Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, last Thursday, the Prime Minister flip-flopped on his NDP Liberal carbon tax scheme. He's giving a tax pause to select people for select types of home heating. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. With winter just around the corner, every Canadian deserves tax relief on their home heating, including in places like Sault Ste. Marie. On Monday's vote, can that member have the freedom to vote for our Conservative common sense plan to take the tax off all forms of home heating for those in Sault Ste. Marie and for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fighting climate change while helping families with their affordability challenges is a dual priority, and a serious plan needs to have both. Our government is standing up to take action on the environment in a way that directly helps Canadians, and the recent changes are about home heating oil, the dirtiest way to heat one's home. And as a rural member of Parliament, a lot of my neighbours use home heating oil, and I want to help them get off of that. And this plan does just that. There are more people that use home heating oil in the province of Ontario than there are in Nova Scotia. This is a pan-Canadian solution to getting off home heating oil, just like we're trying to get off coal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Lake Country.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has created two classes of Canadians, those that pay carbon tax and those that don't. And I'm sure the member for Sault Ste. Marie has been hearing the same thing from his residents as I have from mine. People are struggling to afford to keep the heat on when the temperatures go down. They don't understand why they're being punished for using clean natural gas. So again, on Monday, will the member for Sault Ste. Marie vote with his Liberal government's costly, unfair tax on home heating, or will he stand with the Conservative motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on for residents of Sault Ste. Marie and for all Canadians?
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important to point out, since the question came from a member from British Columbia, that British Columbia doesn't have a federal carbon tax. They use their own, and they're actually a leading province on fighting climate change. Conservatives keep claiming that pollution pricing is driving up inflation, Madam Speaker, and that is just false. This is about moving away from the dirtiest way to heat a home, the least healthy way to heat a home, and lowering emissions at the same time, Madam Speaker. You know, it would be great that if in this place we discussed not whether we should fight climate change, but how we fight climate change. And it would be great to hear from the Conservatives if they have a plan.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, they finally admitted that their carbon tax is making it harder for Canadians to afford to heat their homes. The Liberals have said that only people who elect Liberals will get a break. To folks who can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves, this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. 7 of 8 members of Parliament in the City of Ottawa are Liberals, but the common sense for MP for Carleton will give them all a chance to take the tax off so Ottawans can keep the heat on. Will the Liberal members for Ottawa vote for our common sense plan to take the carbon tax off home heating bills for everyone in Ottawa and Eastern Ontario?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All of the Conservatives, including that member, ran on a platform that included a plan to price carbon. They also ran on a plan with a clean fuel standard almost identical to what was proposed by our government. Now, that member has many constituents that use home heating oil, and that's bad for our air quality. It raises emissions. It's the dirtiest and the most expensive way to heat one's home, and we are providing free heat pumps for any Canadian whose province wants to work with our government to get them off of home heating oil.
I just want to say it's quite disrespectful when a member is standing up answering a question and others are having conversations across the way. So again, I want to remind members that if they don't want to take part in question period and be respectful, they should maybe step out and have those conversations together somewhere else. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
What's clear is that this is a tax plan, not an environmental plan. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the Liberals told Canadians that if they wanted a break from the carbon tax, that they had to vote Liberal. Ottawa has 7 Liberal MPs. Glengarry Prescott Russell has a Liberal MP. Kingston and the Islands has a Liberal MP. But with all of these Liberals, why don't the residents of Eastern Ontario and Ottawa get a break from the carbon tax? Will any of these Liberal MPs, the member for Kingston and the Islands, stand up right now and say that they will vote to scrap the tax on home heating?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, my friend and colleague from Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, knows that he ran on a platform to price carbon in the last election. He promised his constituents that he cared about climate change. As I said before, it would be great that if in this House we could spend some time debating how we fight climate change, not if we fight climate change, Madam Speaker. Look, this is not only hypocritical of the Conservatives, it shows that they cannot be trusted. Their plans are risky. If they had a plan, it would be risky. It's irresponsible and reckless, Madam Speaker.
Absolutely. L'honorable député de Bellechasse, Les Îles-Chamin-Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Îles-Chamin-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years, this government is making Quebecers poorer. The second carbon tax does apply to Quebec, up to 20 cents per litre of gas. And that's not my opinion. It's the Parliamentary Budget Officer who said so. And that's not enough for the Bloc Québécois. It wants to radically increase the carbon tax. Voting for the Bloc Québécois is a steep price. We have a Conservative motion asking for the carbon tax to be scrapped for everyone. Will the Liberals support this common sense motion to scrap the carbon tax on all forms of heating for all Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, It's really stretching the truth here and not saying something quite right. Because the member who just spoke was at the National Assembly of Quebec when they priced pollution. Quebec was a real leader, global leader, when it did that. And now here, this member gets up in the House and says that she doesn't believe in the carbon tax. I think she should speak to the leader of the opposition and tell him that this is not a way to support Canadians, Quebecers, or the environment. The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Madam Speaker, after 8 years in power, this government is panicking. The Prime Minister announced a pause on the carbon tax for the Atlantic region. That's not enough. We are asking him to be fair to all Canadians, including Quebecers. Despite what the Bloc Québécois says, the second carbon tax will apply to Quebec. There is a real cost to voting for the Bloc because they want to radically increase the tax. I would like to remind you that, Madam Speaker. Will the Prime Minister ignore the demands of the Bloc Québécois and vote for our motion to help Quebecers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague doesn't seem to have understood my answer. When she was part of the government in the National Assembly of Quebec, she supported a price on carbon. Quebec, both in the past and today, was a leader in the fight against climate change. I don't understand how my colleague can rise today and say that a price on pollution is not one of the best solutions for climate change. I would strongly encourage her and other Conservatives to speak to their leader to ensure that he understands that pricing pollution is important for Quebecers and Canadians throughout the country. The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, we've really seen a bomb dropped on the world of Quebec television. I would just ask members who are not being respectful in the House, when it's not their turn to speak, I would just tell them, once again, if they wish to speak, they should do so outside the House. The honourable member for Drummond, from the beginning, please. Madam Speaker, a real bomb was dropped into the world of Quebec television. TVA, the most watched TV business in Quebec, will have to lay off 547 people. That's a third of its staff. We are losing incredible people working in our culture sector. This is a disaster, and it was unfortunately something that should have been foreseen. If this could happen to TVA, it could happen to any of our businesses. We need to rethink everything. We need to work really hard. Does the minister really think that C11 and C18 are enough to save Quebec media? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Madam Speaker, this is another sad example of exactly what our bill on online broadcasting aimed to do something about. We know that it's not easy to do something to make the media landscape fairer to all voices within Canada. But we will ensure that all markets, including the Francophone market throughout Canada, are supported. Our culture and democracy depend on the measures that we will take to support a media system that Canadians deserve and expect. That's what we're doing, and that's what the Conservatives have opposed at every stage. The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, these hundreds of jobs lost with TVA will have a direct impact on rural news. Fewer journalists, fewer distributors, fewer studios, less airtime, smaller teams with fewer resources. And if you add that to the fact that there's a crisis in printed media in our rural and local areas, and you have the perfect storm for our rural regions to disappear from the radar. And meanwhile, the Online News Act seems to be hitting a wall. What will the Minister of Heritage do to help support our radio, TV, and newspapers outside major urban centres? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Services. Madam Speaker, once again, our thoughts go out to workers and their families, especially with the holidays coming up. This situation could have been avoided, and all of these workers would still have a job if the Conservatives had not spent the last few years constantly opposing C11. Yes, C11 is enough. Yes, we are there with a bill that would help save jobs in media. Luckily, we have brought in C11, and that will provide solutions to keep well-paying jobs.
Calgary Heritage.
The single mom in Calgary who might lose her home next month woke up to news that one part of the country gets relief from the NDP Liberal carbon tax. She does not. After 8 years, this Prime Minister finally admits he's not worth the cost. When will he realize that heating your home is not a luxury and end this carbon tax chaos for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the colleague, what we set up is a national program. We have heat pumps that will be available to all provinces. Right now, Nova Scotia, PEI, Newfoundland, Labrador have signed up. The minister yesterday was talking with BC and Manitoba. So I encourage our Conservative members to talk to their Conservative premiers to call us and get it involved so that we can make sure that we provide free heat pumps to all Canadians to make sure we get off of oil energy as quickly as possible. It's dirty and it's expensive.
And for Calgary Heritage?
Here in Calgary, temperatures can drop to 40 below Celsius in the winter. A heat pump is not the solution for people in my community who are already struggling. On Monday, the Liberal member from Calgary Skyview has a choice. Will he vote for the Prime Minister's carbon tax? Or, after 8 years of sitting as an NDP Liberal, will he vote for our Conservative plan to axe the tax and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There are Canadians in every province and territory that use home heating oil to heat their homes. It's the most expensive way to heat one's home. It's the dirtiest way to heat one's home. It's the most emissions-intensive way to heat a home, and it's also the least healthy way to heat a home, Madam Speaker. Our Canada-wide program will get Canadians off of home heating oil and using a heat pump. This is a program which is for every province and territory in the country. It's all about lowering our emissions. Former Liberal governments phased out coal. We are going to continue to phase out coal. We're going to continue to work towards an emissions-free Canada.
Presenter.
Madam Speaker, last week, after 8 years of the Prime Minister pretending that his way was the only way to reduce emissions, he announced a pause on the carbon tax on home heating, but only for some Canadians, only in some regions, not for all Canadians. Calgarians are already struggling to meet everyday expenses and keep warm during cold winter nights. On Monday, the member from Calgary Skyview has a choice to make. Will he continue to support the Prime Minister's plan to divide Canadians by taxing regions differently, or will he be allowed to support our common-sense Conservative plan to take the tax off and keep the heat on for all Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, I'll accept that the member from Calgary Centre probably has 0 constituents that use home heating oil. That's not true across the whole province. There are Albertans that use home heating oil that aren't on propane or natural gas. The difference between propane and natural gas and home heating oil is that home heating oil is way more expensive, way more emissions intensive, it's less healthy, and we need to get Canadians off of that product and to using a heat pump, Madam Speaker. Now, we already know that the Conservative Party of Canada is here for the oil and gas sector. Let's see if they're here to fight climate change and help Canadians get onto a heat pump.
The Honourable Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, that's the first time I've heard somebody differentiate the warmth going into people's homes in the wintertime to keep them from freezing. But thank you. The NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost, and Canadians can see it. Canadians are struggling to make ends meet with the inflation compounded by this Prime Minister's policies. We have put forward a common-sense Conservative motion to take the carbon tax off so that all Canadians can keep the heat on. Residents of Calgary Skyview want to know if they will be left out in the cold by their Liberal member. Will the government allow the backbenchers to vote for tax fairness for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, pricing carbon is a market-based solution. I know the member from Calgary Centre is an economist. He's a smart guy. We've spent some time in this House debating issues like this. But a market-based instrument is not a controversial one. We're talking about the most expensive, the dirtiest, the most intensive emissions way to heat a home, and getting Canadians off of that product and using an efficient heat pump to heat their home, to lower our emissions, and to make sure that we're driving toward a net zero future for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, small businesses need a real extension to repay the CEBA loans that they used to survive the pandemic. The Liberal solution, an 18-day extension. That's a cruel insult to businesses in my riding who are facing a perfect storm of post-pandemic recovery, high inflation, and now impacts from wildfires. The Penticton Chamber of Commerce is calling for action. So will the minister listen and give small businesses the one-year extension to the CEBA loan deadline that they need to survive?
L'honorable ministre de la Petite Entreprise.
The Honourable Minister of Small Business.
I thank the honourable member for that question. That is why we are offering additional flexibilities for small businesses to repay their CEBA loans. This includes a full one-year extension on the term loan repayment deadline, more flexibility on refinancing, and more time to access that loan forgiveness, which is both balanced and fiscally responsible. We know times are tough, which is why our government is also cutting taxes for growing small businesses and lowering their credit card fees by up to a quarter. We will continue to listen to small businesses, Madam Speaker, and we will be there for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
The long and painful legacy of Canada's neglect of Métis people has and continues to have horrific impacts on Métis children. Métis families in British Columbia deserve a child welfare system that centers them, their culture, and their future. Today, it fails to do just that. Métis children deserve to know that when their families need support, they will get that support by those who understand them most, their families. When will the government meet honorably with the Métis Nation of British Columbia to ensure Métis children in their province don't continue to fall through the cracks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I thank the member opposite for his question and for his passion in regards to advancing Métis interests across Canada. You know, our government is committed to working with the Métis. Our government is continuing to advocate and make sure that all children, all Indigenous children in Canada have the proper supports. We're going to continue to work with First Nations. We're going to continue to work with Inuit. We're going to continue to work with Métis. We'll get it right. We're going to have to meet with the stakeholders to make sure we do so, but we're committed to doing so.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madame la Présidente, members of the Natural Resources Committee have had their work brought to a standstill by a reckless and wasteful Conservative filibuster. They are deliberately trying to stop workers from getting a seat at the table and trying to end Atlantic Canada's offshore renewable energy opportunities by opposing vital legislation. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please share with this House the negative impact that delaying these important bills, C-49 and C-50, has on the lives of Canadian workers? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for the question. It is appalling that the Conservative Party would rather play political games, partisan games, derail the work of Parliament than actually roll up their sleeves and work. The Sustainable Jobs Act and the Atlantic Accord Act are vital pieces of legislation for economic development. We call on the Conservatives to listen to workers, to listen to labor leaders, to listen to Canadians who are asking them to get back to work and end this shameless, reckless filibuster.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, the member from Calgary Skyview should be fighting to get the same tax relief for home heating for Calgarians that his party divisively gave to other parts of the country. His constituents, which are next door to mine, are struggling to buy food and afford mortgage payments after 8 years of this Liberal government. On Monday, he has a choice to make. Will he check the mail, stand up for the people of Calgary, and vote in favour of our common-sense Conservative motion to axe the tax on all forms of home heating?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Targeting home oil eating across the country. 1.3 million households have home eating oil. Oil heat is more expensive, 2 to 4 times more expensive than natural gas. Oil heating has nearly increased by 75% since 2022 with the war in Ukraine. We've also, Madam Speaker, increased the rural rebate. We've doubled it from 10 to 20%. These are affordable measures. I would encourage the Conservative Party to support climate change, to support affordability measures, to help the constituents, and support this program all across Canada.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, I don't think a member from Edmonton Centre got that particular memo, because earlier this week, the member from Edmonton Centre, whose constituents overwhelmingly use natural gas to heat their homes, suggested his constituents, in fact all Canadians, should switch out their cleaner gas furnaces for expensive, dirty heating oil systems. Wow! I have a better idea. Will the member from Edmonton Centre get with the climate plan and vote in favor of our common sense motion to axe the tax on all forms of home heating and provide the same tax relief that his party is giving to other parts of Canada?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Madam Speaker, we know the price of home heating oil has skyrocketed due to the global commodity prices, and that's why we're stepping up to help with a national program. The Conservative Party needs to do their homework. We are focused on ensuring we're addressing the pressing needs of every part of the country. I would encourage the member on the opposite of the Conservative Party to talk to their provincial premiers. We have Nova Scotia, we have PI, we have Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. We need other premiers to come to the plate to establish a home pump program, make it free for all Canadians all across.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
People in British Columbia are coming to realize that the NDP Liberal carbon tax is exactly that, a tax plan that is causing inflation, higher interest rates, higher mortgage payments. And after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government mismanaging our economy, Canadians are starting to realize that the Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. So on Monday, will he allow his members to vote yes to the common sense Conservative plan to take the tax off and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the member opposite knows that BC has its own system, that's just not accurate. And it's not the only place we're seeing inaccuracies. Look at Health Committee and the accusations of waste there that are completely unfounded. They're talking about an advance purchase agreement for vaccines. Details relating to this contract released to the Standing Committee of Public Accounts in the context of their study of the Auditor General's report on COVID-19 vaccines was already there. All parties were able to review these documents with the appropriate confidentiality provisions in place. Due to a confidentiality agreement with the contractor, specific details of the contract, including the vendor name and financial information, could not be discussed publicly, and of course they know that.
Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, clearly the member opposite isn't even listening to what British Columbians are saying. 72% of people in my province say that the carbon tax is both ineffective and unfair, and even the NDP Premier is now calling for carbon tax fairness. Now, the member for Cloverdale-Langley City has a choice to make on Monday. Will he vote for the Liberal plan of different taxation for different people depending where they live? Or will he vote yes for the common sense Conservative plan to take the tax off, to keep the heat on for all Canadians, all members of Cloverdale-Langley City?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague knows that British Columbia, as a leader in climate change, has been working hard for decades now, almost decades now, on its own price on carbon. The plan that we have put forward, Madam Speaker, will benefit thousands and thousands of British Columbians who continue to use home heating oil. They will be able to take advantage of what we have put in place. And in addition, working with the Premier of British Columbia, who has already said he is going to work with us to ensure that those British Columbians that cannot have access to heat pumps will be...
I'm sorry, somehow the Honourable Member could... the light went off, the microphone went off, so I will allow him to finish up the end of his...
Madam Speaker, simply put, what we have put in place will help British Columbians, the thousands of British Columbians who continue to use home heating oil. It will help them move to heat pumps, and the Premier of British Columbia has announced that he will work with us, and that is how we continue the fight against climate change, working together, not by opposing every single measure as the Conservatives do.
Madam Speaker, the Public Health Agency lost $150 million of taxpayer money on a failed contract. Wondering how it's possible to lose so much money? So are we, because the government refuses to say what the contract is, with whom, for what service, why it didn't work, and above all, why it did not demand to be reimbursed, since it got nothing for our money. Madam Speaker, Quebecers have a right to know. Who walked away with $150 million of public money without providing any services, and why? The Honourable Minister for Health.
Bien, Madame le Président, le début de la pandémie, c'était...
I remember at the start of the pandemic, it was a very difficult time for the country and for our people. At that time, it was necessary to make sure that all options were available. That's why we created agreements with many businesses that offered various types of vaccines, because it was impossible to know at that time who would be able to produce the right results. At the time, it was important to try every option. And that's the issue we're dealing with here today. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, the government can't just cop out like that. The Parliamentary Budget Officer said the government should be able to provide at least some details, if not the name of the company. He also said that the loss of a $150 million contract clearly deserves an explanation. Madam Speaker, he's right. Quebecers do deserve an explanation. It's impossible that the government can't provide more details. So what happened with those $150 million? The Minister for Health. Madam Speaker, all details were available not only to the Auditor General, but all the parties. Even the Bloc Québécois had a chance to see all the information. The process was related to measures for COVID-19. The information was available. At the beginning of the pandemic, it was extremely important for every option to be available. It was a reasonable action, and that is why Canada had the best pandemic response in the world.
Member for Miramichi Grand Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, you know what I hear back home about the carbon tax? You work all week to buy food that costs too much, and it's the same for gas. New Brunswick wants the carbon tax gone, just like they want the Prime Minister gone, because he's not worth the cost. On this side of the House, we understand the pressure the Liberal carbon tax has put on everyone, and we will continue to fight to axe the tax. Do the Atlantic MPs support the Prime Minister with his plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents after the next election?
Here.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, after a year where Canadians have experienced record hurricanes, destruction from natural disasters, wildfires, the Conservatives still can't say the words climate change. They can't acknowledge that climate change is impacting our economy, our livelihoods, and in many cases, our very lives, Madam Speaker. We need to step up and fight climate change, and it's time that we stop debating whether we fight climate change, but how we fight climate change. So I would urge the members opposite, particularly those from Atlantic Canada, whose livelihoods are impacted by climate change every single season.
The Honourable for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, more divide and conquering from the other side of the floor. Last week, the minister from Long Range Mountains said the punishing carbon tax exemption wasn't granted to Canadians across the country because they didn't vote Liberal. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister said if re-elected, the NDP Liberal government will quadruple the carbon tax on home heating, gas, and groceries to 61 cents a litre. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister direct the Finance Minister in her call today with provincial ministers to axe the carbon tax for good and for everyone?
Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Sorry.
Madam Speaker, our ambition is to move Canadians who currently use home heating oil, which is the most carbon intensive, the least healthy, and the most expensive way to heat a home, onto an efficient heat pump. And I know for a fact that there's a lot of constituents in New Brunswick who still use home heating oil, but the Premier of New Brunswick still hasn't signed on to our heat pump program. So I'm going to spend the next couple of weeks talking to Conservative provincial members to try to convince the Premier of Ontario to sign on so that my neighbours in Milton who use home heating oil can have access to a high-efficiency heat pump and get off of that expensive, dirty way to heat their home.
For South Shore St. Margaret's.
Yesterday, Nova Scotia NDP Liberals said removing the carbon tax from home heating will only save pennies. Every tank of home heating oil has at least $200 of carbon tax, apparently just pennies to Liberals. The Liberal carbon tax plan now is to increase home heating oil and carbon taxes to $2,400 a year after the election. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will the Liberal who supports the quadrupling of the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre after the next election please stand up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are not giving all the information. Where there is a rebate providing to Canadians, there's also what we've done. Last week, we've doubled the rural top-off to 20%, which is important. If the member would care about jobs, he would have voted for C-49. If the member cared about jobs, they would tell his party to stop filibustering the Natural Resources Committee to pass legislation on C-49. They won't even have the legislation come to committee for debate, to bring the premiers, to bring witnesses to talk about it. It's shameful, it's reckless, and they're not there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacoste. Madam Speaker, when Canadians needed support during the pandemic, community groups and charities mobilized to provide essential assistance. Today, many of them are struggling to generate revenue, manage rising costs, as well as demand for services. And they have difficulty attracting and retaining volunteers and staff. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development inform this House of measures taken to support these organizations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for her question. Thanks to the Community Services Recovery Fund, nearly 5,500 organizations across the country received funding. In the member's riding of Châteauguay-Lacoste, that means that groups like the Centre de 55 et Plus de Châteauguay can better support seniors. It also means that organizations like Cultivons Châteauguay can continue to nurture their community. And the Centre Multifonctionnel Horizon can continue to serve people with disabilities. These are local groups making a real difference, and I thank her.
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, last Thursday, the Prime Minister announced a temporary pause on the carbon tax on home heating for some Canadians, but not all. It's cold in Calgary in the winter, and after 8 years, Calgarians are struggling to afford to heat their homes and know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. On Monday, will the MP for Calgary Skyview be permitted to vote for our common-sense Conservative plan to take the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on, or will his vote get lost in the mail?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge, but I would like to reinforce the fact that this is a Canada-wide program, and it is about getting Canadians off of home heating oil, not in one region, but in all regions, Madam Speaker, because heating your home with home heating oil is expensive, it is dirty, it is unhealthy, and it is the most emissions-intensive way to heat your home, Madam Speaker. A home heating pump will provide relief economically and on the environmental side as we lower our emissions, phasing out coal and dirty fuels like home heating oil right across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, this government and this Parliamentary Secretary are simply dividing Canadians. This government continues to divide Canadians, and it gets even colder in Edmonton. And it's obvious that the Minister for Edmonton Centre has absolutely no pull with this government because for years he has failed to deliver and to represent Alberta in cabinet. So Monday is his big chance. Will the Minister for Edmonton Centre finally stand up for Alberta and vote for our common sense motion to take the tax off so his constituents in Edmonton can keep the heat on?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Let me go back to the earlier questions about Northern Ontario. I'm happy to say that for the first time, the former leader of the Conservative Party from Regina Capel came to Northern Ontario. He's there now. People in Northern Ontario have voted strongly for strong Liberals MPs in Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie and Thunder Bay. I'm really happy to see that now for the first time the Conservative Party is paying attention to Northern Ontario. They voted against the Critical Mineral Program, which is $3 billion. They voted against FedNor. They voted against EV. They're voting against projects that are important to Northern Ontario. I welcome the debate in the House.
Montmagny, l'honorable député de Montmagny, Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Madam Speaker, next Monday, members of this House will have a choice. Vote for common sense and cancel carbon tax on all forms of home heating. After 8 years, this government still doesn't understand that it needs to give all Canadians a break. Unfortunately, the Bloc doesn't get it either. They want to radically increase the carbon tax. Voting for the Bloc is expensive. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to reason, ignore his Bloc friends, and vote for our motion?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est important.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I have to say this one more time, that there's no federal carbon tax in Quebec. The members for Quebec are fighting climate change. We are helping families and finding solutions that work for everyone. We are making solutions more affordable for all Canadians.
Madam Speaker, Canadians have always believed immigration is not only good for our economy, but also it's essential for the future of our communities. There's no doubt newcomers have been the engine of growth in Scarborough. They start new businesses, take care of our families, and also contribute significant skills to the fabric of our society. Mr. Speaker, could the Parliamentary Secretary for Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship please share our plan to bring newcomers to Canada and our vision on immigration in the years to come?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Scarborough Centre for her question. I was pleased to stand with Minister of Immigration as he tabled Canada's immigration levels plan this week. I'm delighted to share that Canada will continue to welcome skilled workers, reunite loved ones, and stay true to a humanitarian tradition. We also have a sensible immigration plan that allows for stable growth to balance pressure on housing, infrastructure, and essential service. Immigration is important to Canada. We will continue to embrace newcomers and set them up for success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwana-Newcastle.
Madam Speaker, York Factory First Nation has called a state of emergency, calling for federal help to get essential goods to their community. In the face of climate change, York Factory is clear. It needs all-weather road access. They cannot rely on ice roads. They are not alone. Other First Nations like Wasagamak and communities on the east side need all-weather road access now. From getting health care to bringing in building materials to lowering the cost of living, an all-weather road is about survival. Will the federal government work with York Factory, Wasagamak, and the East Side First Nations to build all-weather road access now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we realize that climate change is impacting Indigenous communities in the North far greater than they are doing in much of other parts of Canada. The Minister of Northern Affairs was with myself at the United Nations when we heard this. We are looking for solutions. We are looking to work with stakeholders. I look forward to talking with the member opposite to figuring out how our government can provide more supports, but we know climate change is real. We know it's impacting the North and coastal communities more than other communities, and we'll continue to fight climate change every step of the way.
Good job.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, every 10 minutes, another child is killed in Gaza. UNICEF is now referring to Gaza as a graveyard for thousands of kids and a living hell for everyone else. In just the past week, a refugee camp has been bombed, more hospitals are no longer functioning, and over 900 Palestinian children have been killed in Gaza alone, in addition to 33 children killed in the West Bank and 29 in Israel. And so I ask again, how many children need to die until this government's going to call for a ceasefire?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his empathy and for his advocacy. We unequivocally condemn the Hamas terrorist attack. The price of justice cannot be the continued suffering of all Palestinian civilians. What is unfolding in Gaza is a human tragedy. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has been to the region twice to oversee our efforts to help Canadians and also work to de-escalate. We continue to call for humanitarian law to be upheld and for humanitarian pauses. Canadians must be allowed to leave. More humanitarian aid needs to be delivered, and all hostages must be released. Canada is committed to a goal of a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that concludes question period.
Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine business.
Dépôt de documents. Oh, on a un rappel.
Point of order. A member is rising virtually on a point of order. The Honourable NDP House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good to see you in the chair. I wanted to briefly follow up on my point of order yesterday that was quite extensive about question period, citing, of course, Speaker Bosley, Speaker Milliken, the member from Regina Capel. All of it focused on the reality of question period needing to be a forum for government administration, government business. And I raised the fact that previous speakers have ruled very clearly about that you have to keep your questions on government administration. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that many of the questions today were a series of epithets followed by wild speculation about one member or another member and how they may vote on something. This has nothing to do with government administration. I note, as I did yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that if the member for Regina Capel was Speaker today, he would have cut off many of those questions. And so I wanted to add this question period today and many of these questions that were completely out of order, just statements or speeches rather than questions on government administration, and add to that as an appendix to my point of order yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, we of course await a timely reply from the Speaker on that important point of order. Thank you.
Toujours sur le même rappel au règlement.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, and it's almost like there's an echo or we're getting an encore for people who didn't have the opportunity to hear from the House Leader for the NDP yesterday. But as the Speaker knows, all the questions that came from the official opposition today dealt with the question of the government's unaffordable carbon tax and its effect on people's ability to feed their families, to heat their homes, and to house themselves. And our questions were about the support of that and a motion that is before this House to take the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on. And we encourage all members of the Liberal caucus to join us in this common sense motion and vote for our motion on Monday. Thank you very much.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Government Member.
Supplemental to this decision that you will ultimately be ruling on, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to the colleague made from my neighbouring riding. I would also draw to your attention that what he's saying is not entirely true, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage you in your ruling on this to go back and review the answer or the question from the member from South Shore St. Margaret, because when he concluded his question, he specifically asked a question of a Liberal member. He did not ask a question of the government. He did not ask a question specifically about policy. He was asking for a Liberal member. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will take this along with all of the other information that you've received to properly review it and to provide a response back to this House in due course. Thank you.
Donc, je peux informer les collègues que
I inform colleagues that the points raised will be taken under advisement for the Speaker's ruling, which will be read in the near future. Now, we will return to daily routine of business. We were at tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 22 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Est-ce que De façon virtuelle, l'honorable.
Virtually, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have the honor to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian delegation to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe's Parliamentary Assembly respecting its participation of the 22nd Winter Meeting in Vienna, Austria from February 23rd to 24th, 2023. Thank you.
Je remercie l'honorable député.
I thank the honourable member, and I remind colleagues intervening virtually that it is important to raise one's hand virtually when one wishes to speak. And now...
Oh, excusez-moi. Ça, je l'ai. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
À nouveau, l'honorable député.
I once again give the floor to the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur de...
I have the honour of tabling, in both official languages, the 7th report of the Canadian Heritage Committee about Bill S-202.
Parliament of Canada Act, Visual Artist Laureate. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to support the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des...
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture du
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Monsieur Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Lloyd, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on National Defence from April 24th, 2023 be concurred in. Debate.
Je reconnais.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it really gives me pleasure to have the opportunity to have a concurrence debate on this important report that was tabled in the House of Commons. The Standing Committee on National Defence undertook a lengthy and comprehensive study of Arctic security, and Arctic security is Canadian national security, it's continental security, it is under significant threat, and we are in a rapidly evolving threat environment that current policy and the current policy of this government is just not ready to face. And so there were 26, I think, 26 recommendations. And these recommendations are extremely important, and I think it's important that we have an opportunity to get the government members on the record, whether they support this or not, and vote on these important recommendations. We had a very cooperative committee. We heard from a variety of witnesses, about 46 witnesses, if I recall, that all parties were able to bring to committee and hear a variety of perspectives on Arctic security and how best to undertake a policy of an improvement or a policy of Arctic security. The New Democratic Party dissented from the other parties and had a supplemental report, and so I think that it's probably I imagine that they would look forward to having an opportunity to get on the record whether they utterly reject this committee report, given their dissension on some of the points that they identified in their report. So these reports are important. They inform the government. And it's important that members of Parliament have the opportunity to both debate them and to have their views recorded for their constituents. So the recommendations here are, if they're all adopted, would be transformative in our Arctic security. And so I bring to members' attention a number of them. The first recommendation, the Government of Canada immediately begin the process to procure undersea surveillance capabilities for Arctic waters in order to detect and monitor the presence of foreign threats to our national security. So we heard expert testimony from the Canadian military, from the Canadian Armed Forces. We heard academic experts from Canada as well as from other allied countries, and it was really quite sobering, Mr. Speaker, to hear and learn from experts the shortcomings and gaps in domain awareness. And in the Arctic the Arctic region is an enormous landmass, and it actually represents 3/4 of Canada's coastline. And so domain awareness is extremely important for the security of Canada, for continental security, and for our sovereignty as well, Mr. Speaker. So the ability to detect and monitor the presence of foreign threats in this environment is challenging. The present the present infrastructure that we have is not up to it, and there are many areas of domain awareness that need immediate attention, and there are some more specific recommendations that I'm going to get to. But we need to, so the committee is recommending that the Government of Canada immediately begin its process to procure undersea surveillance capabilities, which takes us to the second recommendation, which is a little bit more specific, that the Government of Canada undertake on an urgent basis a procurement process to replace the Victoria-class submarines with new submarines that are under ice capable for operations in our Arctic waters. So at present, Canada has a fleet of 4 submarines, and there is a long and sorry and tragic, Mr. Speaker, history of this submarine procurement that occurred a generation ago. Of these 4 submarines, at most we can have 1 in the water at a time. In 2019, I believe, we went a whole year without a submarine sailing in our Canadian waters. So this is unacceptable in the current the environment with which we find ourselves, and given the sheer volume of our Arctic space and our Arctic coastline. But even when these particular submarines are in the water, Mr. Speaker, they cannot operate under ice for the length of time required to ensure under subsurface domain awareness. These submarines cannot traverse the Northwest Passage. They cannot go from Atlantic to Pacific or Atlantic to Pacific coast. So we desperately need superior capability for subsurface domain awareness, and so the committee has recommended that this procurement be undertaken urgently. We talk about, in fact, there's another recommendation. I'm not going to have time to go through them all. But one of the other recommendations is also quite specific and gets into, subsurface detection and the ability, not necessarily vessel-borne, but to have the sonic capability to detect submarines in our waters. In fact, we had expert testimony that said that we presently presently there is not the ability to have full domain awareness, either surface awareness or subsurface awareness. So this needs to be done urgently. And part of the emerging threat environment that was brought forward and expressed quite forcefully from or by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Eyre, who said, look, we are, in his words, if I can find it quickly, he said that we are in the most dangerous period. He said that the threat environment is greater than at any time, even during the Cold War. He said perhaps there has been no greater threat environment facing Canada since the beginning of the Second World War. So this is testimony from the Chief of Defense Staff, Mr. Speaker. That's the urgency of preparedness, or the crisis of preparedness that we face now, greater than the heights of the Cold War, Mr. Speaker, according to our own Chief of Defense Staff. And this was echoed by other experts at our committee. So one of the third recommendation in this report is that the Government of Canada reconsider its long-standing policy with respect to the U.S. ballistic missile defense program. And this one was one that I do note that there was division on the committee. You will see in the supplemental report from the New Democratic Party that they did not agree with this recommendation. So again, the part of why it's important that we have concurrence debates and concurrence votes is so that members can go on the record and declare whether or not they support these important recommendations that have been made to the government. But in the report, we heard from witnesses. They raised concerns about Canada's lack of a missile defense system, suggesting that our country is currently vulnerable because we have virtually no capability to intercept inbound missiles of any type. And so experts had referred to Canada's lack of participation in the ballistic missile defense and the Government of Canada's February 2005 announcement and decision that Canada would not join the United States in its ballistic missile program. So this happened many years ago. This was, so the threat environment is different today. We see what is happening throughout the world. We see the threat that Russia poses to its neighboring countries and its global ambition. Russia it's clear to Russia that it considers Canada that is one of its targets, Mr. Speaker. We see it in a number of ways, and we need to be prepared for that, for the threat that Russia poses to our security and our sovereignty in the Arctic. And we need to look no further than the illegal and just utterly shocking invasion of Ukraine to see the kind of threat that Russia poses to its peaceful neighbors. And Canada is a peaceful neighbor in the Arctic region, but we need to be we need to adapt to the threat environment with which we find ourselves, and the recommendation of this committee on revisiting that decision from 2005 is an important one that I think members of this House should have the opportunity to both debate and to vote on. So that was the third recommendation. The fourth recommendation was that the Government of Canada urgently address the personnel crisis in the armed forces by fast-tracking the recruitment of new members, aiming to complete the recruitment process in under 6 months and ensure we have the level of personnel needed to defend our Arctic now and into the future. This is perhaps the greatest crisis of the Canadian Armed Forces is personnel. There is a personnel crisis. There are 16,000 vacant positions that need to be filled to get us up to the current strength that our own current planning is based on. But it's even worse than that, Mr. Speaker, because we've also heard testimony in subsequent studies that, or heard reports of this as well, that there are 10,000 undertrained, undeployable members within the CAF. So we need 16,000 new recruits. We need to get 10,000 existing recruits up to deployable readiness. And that is without undertaking a series of these other recommendations that would involve new kit, new capability, or new tasks that our forces can undertake. So, Mr. Speaker, we've got to do something about this. This is it affects every part of the Canadian Armed Forces. I asked one of the generals if he could, identify, which position is most urgently need to, which one needs to be filled the most, and we've been told that it's everything. It's everything from cooks to pilots. It's everything from electricians to tank crew members. So there are tremendous opportunities in the Canadian Forces, but we need the forces itself to ensure that its processes can be tightened and that we can bring people in more quickly. There's frustration expressed by some wishing to join the forces that it takes too long to get through the process and into the door. So I know I'm going to run out of time before I get through a lot of this stuff, but I do hope that we can debate many of these recommendations. But the fifth recommendation is the Government of Canada undertake a comprehensive survey of our infrastructure, military and civilian corporate holdings, as well as natural resources, mining, mineral operations in the Arctic for the purpose of forward planning for NATO modernization, and develop a strategy for critical infrastructure investments and protecting Canadian interests from malign foreign actors. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot in that recommendation. Our own awareness of what is in the Arctic, what private resources, what natural resources, and even what government resources all exist, are not properly inventoried in a way to best come up with an efficient and effective strategy for NORAD modernization. We had quite strange testimony. I thought it was just incredible to learn that in Inuvik, that a privately owned hangar that's adjacent to the runway in Inuvik is, if I understand correctly, I'd like to have the opportunity to travel there and just even see what's on the ground. But we had testimony that this is in fact the only building. It's not only the only hangar that a CF-18 or perhaps a future F-35 could be hangared. It's also the only building where refueling aircraft could be hangared. And the government let its lease with this private facility lapse, or it did not renew its contract with the operator. Well, the operator has a business to operate. He owns the building. Its purpose is to hangar large aircraft in a remote community. Do you know who was interested, Mr. Speaker, in taking over this building? The inquiries that he had as a business that had to make a decision whether to sell the building or find a new tenant. The United States government and the People's Republic of China's Ottawa personnel came kicking tires, looking around at this military facility in Inuvik. Quite staggering. The testimony was from this vendor was very interesting, and it reveals just how thin resources on the ground are in these remote communities and these remote places. You can't just park a CF-18 overnight when it's minus 45 and just go out and start it in the morning. This isn't, take out your driver's license and scrape off the windshield and get in and go. These aircraft need to be hangared, and the personnel have to have a warm place to go inside during things like a refueling process or any kind of maintenance. It's cold, it's bitter, it's life-threateningly cold in this environment, and the equipment needs to be stored properly, and the people that work there need to be able to stay warm. So it's things like this, figuring out what private assets exist that could be utilized in partnership with the Canadian Armed Forces or with the Canadian government. So the urgency of NORAD modernization is something that is it's in the recommendations. The recommendation I just went through, and it's also in subsequent recommendations. I know I'm running out of time, but we lack. There is currently, for example, the present satellite system, the RadarSat mission is scheduled or believed to be at end of life before we currently have any replacement for it. So we are looking at a gap, perhaps of years, without proper satellite radar satellite capability in the Arctic if we don't act immediately. So this is an urgent recommendation. It goes to the broader NORAD modernization, where we absolutely must get our NORAD systems in partnership with the United States. And this is tricky because their expenditure is high as well as ours. But this government has placed NORAD modernization, parts of it, in its budget, but we haven't seen any concrete steps to ensure that we won't have these critical failures of our Arctic domain awareness. We lack and desperately need over-the-horizon radar. We need much to ensure our Arctic safety. It's all in this report, Mr. Speaker, and so this report is of critical importance for Canada's future Arctic security. I urge members of Parliament who haven't read it to read it and to bring their voice to the debate on it and to register their support for it. If I've got any time at all, Mr. Speaker, all right, well, good. Then we can keep on with on the NORAD modernization and the financing of these large procurements. The government is lapsing much of its spending, so we're concerned that sometimes they even put things in the budget. They'll authorize it through Treasury Board and then not even get the money out the door. So now I am out of time and look forward to the questions that members will have about this important report.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Nepean.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for bringing that report here. Due to the climate change, the North is opening up. Due to the warmongering of Russia, the threat to the Arctic is increasing. Is the member aware that the technologies that are required for ISR, that is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, the technologies, they almost don't talk to each other. There's a need for the integration of various technologies that is there to handle the ISR operations for the entire North, especially the Arctic region, and if he has got any comments on that.
Honorable député.
The honourable member.
Yes, the report did talk about the changing environment in the Arctic and the pace of, for example, the navigability of portions of the Northwest Passage. And there's a lot in this report about domain awareness and the specifics of the technology available. I'm not going to get into myself, or just as part of the report debate, but the report does talk in great detail about how the changing environment in the North affects our threat analysis and the evolution of our domain awareness needs in the Arctic.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find my colleague's speech very interesting. Committee reports do deserve to be heard and debated. I'm just wondering about the number of colleagues interested in the subject. And I would like the Speaker to check if we have quorum. We will verify if we have quorum.
Bon, Eh bien, le quorum est vérifié.
Quorum's been verified.
Et même amplement dépassé.
And even fully surpassed.
Était dans les questions et commentaires.
So we were in questions and comments.
Questions et commentaires.
If there are questions or comments,
L'honorable député de
the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend my colleague for bringing this motion forward. I would argue, other than the affordability crisis that we're dealing with in this country right now, government's priority always has to be the defense and security of its citizens. And we obviously have a weakness when it comes to what we need to do to improve things in the Arctic. I'm looking forward to reading the whole report in great detail, considering my own past experience, but in particular with recommendation 3 around ballistic missile defense. I'd like to ask my colleague to expand, because it's more than just the ballistic missile defense. We're dealing with hypersonic missiles. We're dealing with other threats. We're seeing this coming out of the Ukraine war as they fight against Russia's illegal invasion. But we're seeing this in North Korea as well, as Russia, China, and other nations are putting increased technology into North Korea as they develop these capabilities. And I think it's absolutely essential that Canada invests appropriately and reconsiders our policy around how we're going to have an all-round air defense policy. I'd like my honourable colleague to expand on that, please.
L'honorable député de Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Member for the question and for his service in Canada, both when he served in the CAF and also now as member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. So I thank him for his service and for the question. This recommendation is an important one. This is something that has been, there was a decision made in 2005, and the debate seemed settled for quite some time, but the threat environment has changed, and it's incredibly important that we can't remain stuck in an old threat environment as new ones emerge. So as we heard testimony during this study, Major General Michael Wright, Russia sees North America as a single target. Okay? We are part of a continental defense system with the United States, and it is, we're increasingly, and there are concerns in the United States about Canada's contribution to NATO and to its ensuring that Canada does its part to participate in continental defense.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It's a pleasure to sit with him at the Defense Committee. A remarkable thing is that there's often a consensus between members. One of the things that came up during the study of the Arctic, as well as during other studies, specifically the spy balloons intercepted over Canada, is that radar coverage of the Canadian Arctic is very bad. We heard at committee that less than half was covered. So I'd like to hear him on the risks of not knowing what's happening on a territory as vast as the Arctic in a context of climate change. It's an area that will be more and more accessible for others from outside our country and could be more interesting to countries other than Canada. The honourable member.
Yes, the member raises an excellent point. That the balloon incursions occurred while we were in the midst of this study. They revealed quite clearly the limitations of domain awareness and and the importance of domain awareness and being able to detect objects in our airspace, but there is also the coastal defense and awareness there. We heard at committee about rangers that just who do incredible work in the Arctic, but we can't just be relying on hoping to see a passing vessel that might be traversing our waters without a transponder and being potentially invisible to Canadians. So yes, domain awareness. There are gaps. There are growing threats, subsurface, surface, in the air. Every way you look at it, we need better radar. We need over-the-horizon radar. We need to get the satellite system replaced or a path to replace it before it fails, and we need to do it quickly.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his report on what you've seen for the report. The Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee also had a study on Canadian Rangers, and I'm glad to see that you've also had discussions about Canadian Rangers in your report. And it's great to see that you had a witness from my riding, Kelvin Peterson, who is a fourth-generation Canadian Ranger. We heard through, and I can see in your report that some of the same issues that were addressed at our committee are also addressed in your committee, including what the results of the lack of investments in the North has meant. So not investing in healthcare, in housing, in other activities that would allow better engagement of Northerners to participate in Arctic security. And we see that Canadian Rangers do want to participate in Arctic security, and I wonder if the member agrees that the recommendations 21 to 25 are very important recommendations in the report, and that the government must take these recommendations and act on them as a priority.
L'honorable député.
Yes, well, I'm glad that I'm glad the member brought up the Rangers and her constituent, who gave excellent testimony to the committee that was very informative for the recommendations that we made. And yes, time. I didn't have time in a 20-minute speech to get through all the recommendations, so I'm glad I can now. Recommendations 21. I'll maybe start with 21. I don't know how many I'll hit, but. That the Government of Canada immediately increase the equipment usage rate for Canadian Rangers. This is a source of frustration for Canadian Rangers, the compensation for their own equipment that they need to use.
On a le temps pour une question de 30 secondes.
We have time for a 30-second question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to see you in the chair.
For the member opposite, while I could speak about defense spending all day and would love an opportunity to sit down and discuss with him, we were scheduled to discuss Bill C-57, the trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. I'm at a loss to understand why we moved a concurrence motion again today to eliminate the opportunity to speak about this important piece of legislation.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member in 25 seconds.
Don't have responsibility for managing the government's calendar, but I do have an ability to bring forward a concurrence debate at routine proceedings, which is the correct time to introduce one. We had debate on that bill earlier today, and I'm sure that we will have opportunity for debate on that bill as soon as they call it next.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Cop-out. That's what we just finished witnessing from a Conservative member. He says, well, they're not responsible for setting the government agenda. And that's the reason why, so don't blame us. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party is a destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons today. There is absolutely no doubt about their intentions to prevent legislation from passing. And the real shame of it all is to take a look at the where and how they are using concurrence motions to play games with what are very important issues that Canadians want us to be able to address. And I say to them, shame on each and every Conservative member that continues to want to filibuster and play games on important pieces of legislation. By the way, Mr. Speaker, I'm sharing my time with my colleague, the member from Etobicoke Centre. There are many opportunities for the member and the Conservative Party to be able to have the debates that they want on all these reports that they continue to bring up in order to prevent debate on government business, Mr. Speaker. The member in his speech made reference to the mean Russians and what's happening in Ukraine. And I agree, the illegal invasion by Russia into Ukraine is absolutely disgusting. And Canadians understand that and believe it also, Mr. Speaker. The president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, was in Ottawa back in September. Imagine a country's at war, and the president comes to Canada to sign a trade agreement, and the Conservative Party of Canada is playing games, Mr. Speaker. As opposed to seeing this legislation debated and passed, we see the type of kids play coming from the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality of it. And what does the member say? The most recent speaker says, well, we're not the ones that set the government agenda. As if they have nothing to do with what's taking place inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker.
Obstruction.
You want to talk about being obstructionist, preventing legislation. You don't see any concurrence debates coming forward from the Conservative Party on opposition days. Where's the concern about the issues that they raise, Mr. Speaker? It's not there. It's absolute bogus, Mr. Speaker. We were expecting to debate Bill C-57 today. We've been waiting for that debate to hopefully collapse so it would go to a standing committee. When you get the Prime Minister of Canada and the President of Ukraine signing a trade agreement, and you get the Conservative Party of Canada filibustering, they're filibustering free trade legislation more so than any other political entity inside the House, Mr. Speaker. Is that not ironic to a certain degree? At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, there are many different avenues. Like, we're all concerned about Arctic sovereignty. It is an important issue. If it was really as important as the Conservative Party says that it is today, that they had to prevent the debate on free trade between Canada and Ukraine, why didn't they bring it up as an opposition day, Mr. Speaker? Why don't they introduce it as an emergency debate or request the government to have a take-note debate on it? Why didn't they ask one question on it during a question period today, but they still felt it was so important to bring up today?
Good point. Good point.
Let me give you a bit of a rationale. When you get the member from Cumberland Colchester standing in his place saying that the Ukraine trade debate, the legislation to enact the agreement, Mr. Speaker, is woke legislation, that Canada is taking advantage of Ukraine, that's what one member of the Conservative Party has said, Mr. Speaker. Do they not know any shame? They can't have it both ways. They can't say, yeah, we're strong allies and we support everything, solidarity for Ukraine, and then behave like we have witnessed them behave, Mr. Speaker. Because this is not the first concurrence report to prevent this legislation, 57, from being debated and passed. And they even get members that will stand up and they talk about sympathy. And, you know, earlier this morning, one member was saying, well, the free trade agreement is all about hope. Not only is it good for the economy, yes, it's good for the economy. There's no doubt about that. Canada and Ukraine will benefit economically in many different ways because of the legislation. But it's more than that, Mr. Speaker. We are the first country to work with Ukraine during a war period to actually go ahead and get a trade agreement. Think of the morale boost that does. Think of the statement that makes worldwide. As the world unites in solidarity to support Ukraine, what does the Conservative Party of Canada do? They filibuster important legislation that's going to make a powerful statement to the world in regards to the relationship between Canada and Ukraine. Recognizing Ukraine as an independent state, including Crimea. Mr. Speaker, all of this is such an important thing, and they want to play games. We have seen them move other motions of concurrence on other important pieces of legislation. It's not just the trade agreement. But I think the trade agreement amplifies to the degree in which the Conservative Party has one intention. Their whole political scheme is on bumper sticker politics, Mr. Speaker. Trying to make things as simple, believing that Canadians are stupid, that they're going to believe everything that the Conservatives say on a bumper sticker, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of politics we are witnessing from the Conservative Party today. It is reckless, it is risky, and they're not going to fool Canadians at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. We are concerned about the Arctic. We appreciate the fine work that all of our standing committees put in. But you know, if the member was honest in talking about the report, why didn't he talk about the billions and billions and billions of dollars the implementation of this report is going to cost? He made reference to submarines. Does the member know how much a submarine costs? He's saying submarines, plural. He's talking about several submarines. A bill totaling $10 billion? That probably wouldn't even cover the types of costs. So the Conservative Party talks about, well, if we're going to spend a tax dollar, we are going to cut. We're going to find a place for it. So where's these multi-billions and billions of dollars that they're prepared to commit based on this report, Mr. Speaker? Where are they going to find those cuts that they talk about? Are they going to go after our senior programs, after child care, Mr. Speaker? Where are they going to come from? There is a hidden agenda across the way, Mr. Speaker. And that hidden agenda will be unveiled. More and more Canadians are going to find that there is absolutely no substance to the Conservative Party that goes beyond a bumper sticker. That's what we're going to find out, Mr. Speaker. And the best example of that is in regards to their whole idea of the environment. They have no clue as to what's in the best interest of the environment. No clue whatsoever. They flip-flop like a fish on a dock, Mr. Speaker, all over the place. They don't know where to land on the issue because they can't get their climate policy, I guess, on a bumper sticker, and that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. You know, we look to the Conservative Party as an opposition party that's supposed to be recognizing that Canadians in the last election, yes, they voted for a minority situation. But part of a minority government also puts some pressure on the opposition party to behave in somewhat of a responsible fashion. Somewhat of a responsible fashion. Their action virtually in every way is to prevent legislation from passing. And as we can see, this legislation, I really do believe that there are members that are actually thinking in the Conservative Party of voting against this legislation. I want to see, and you know, it's not like we're asking Bill C-57, the Ukraine-Canada trade deal, to pass third reading in 24 hours. But I tell you, Christmas is going to be coming up quick. We got to get it through the Senate. It's got to go through standing committee. It's got to come back to the House. I think it's fair to request and see that important legislation of that nature should be able to pass through the whole system, royal assent and all, before Christmas. I'd like to see a Conservative stand up and agree with that point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Since the member chose to impugn my motives on doing my job as a parliamentarian and bringing an important committee report to the floor where it can be voted on by the members, I'll point out a couple of things. That our support, Canada's support for Ukraine, the Conservatives' support for Ukraine, the support of all Canadians for Ukraine depends on our ability to improve our capabilities, the capabilities of our military, including in the Arctic. So this is very relevant to the situation in Ukraine and our ability to support Ukraine. But since he thinks that this is just procedural, maybe he's the House Leader's parliamentary secretary. Is he not aware that there is a pre-committee study already underway, that there is nothing in this concurrence debate that is holding up the study of this bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member doesn't know what he's talking about. by bringing in the concurrence motion, by doing what he's been asked to do by the back room of the Conservative Party, by the leadership of the Conservative Party, what he's done is he's prevented the debate on Bill C-57, which is the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. That's, in fact, what he has done. And by doing that, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party continues to filibuster what is a very important piece of legislation. I don't know if he realizes that. Based on the question, I don't think he does. It's great the standing committee's continuing a discussion and having dialogue and so forth. That's what should be happening in the standing committee. And if the member wants to see the debate take place on the floor of the House, well then bring it in the form of an opposition day. There's all sorts of other alternatives. But why play games? Why politicize Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine deal? Why not allow that legislation to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North always wakes us up here in this House, even on a Friday afternoon, and that's much appreciated. The member for Winnipeg North asked a question to the Conservatives. He asked, where would we find the money if we wanted to increase defence spending? In the Defence Committee, we agree that we can't cut defence spending. So we've been wondering how things will play out because $900 million in cuts were announced. That aside, I have a recommendation or perhaps a suggestion for the member for where we could find the money. Why don't we take it out of subsidies to oil and gas companies who are already making $200 billion in annual profits? So how would he feel about that idea? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Some of the oil subsidies that the member makes reference to is to deal with orphan wells. A lot of the subsidies are there, and I understand if they're not completely gone today from the federal government, that they are going to be gone. We are phasing them out, but I do believe that they actually are gone. In regards to the D&D or military spending, ironically, even though the member talks about spending billions and billions and billions of dollars, it was Stephen Harper that actually had the lowest GDP. It went, I believe it was just under 1%. And it was around 2013. Now, I might be off by a year or two. But it's interesting. It's this government that's brought it closer to the 2%, and it's the Stephen Harper government that brought it just under 1% margin. So we don't need to be given lessons from a Conservative Party that depleted and did nothing in terms of really building a stronger, healthier Canadian forces while they were in government.
I would like to remind colleagues that only one member may speak at a time, and that is the member who has the floor. Questions and comments? A brief question, the member for Cowichan Malhat Langford.
I will agree with my colleague. It's hard not to see a pattern this week, both on Wednesday and Friday when C-57 was scheduled. And it is made all the more odd by the fact that most people in Canada who claim Ukrainian descent actually live in an area represented by a Conservative MP. So I hope those Conservative MPs are able to explain themselves to their constituents. But I do want to ask my honourable colleague a question about this report. We know that the Arctic Ocean is warming at a rate that is 7 times the global average. We know that the loss of permafrost and the opening of sea lanes presents an existential threat to our military capabilities and to Arctic communities there. But we were disappointed in the report not to see any emphasis on this particular point. I'm just wondering through you, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague can comment on how we need to focus more attention on how warming climate is affecting our capabilities there.
Donc, en moins de 30 secondes, si possible.
In under 30 seconds, if possible. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
One only needs to take a look at a policy that we just recently made by across Canada, no matter where it is one lives, in regards to trying to encourage people to go away from oil to whether it's natural gas or pumps, heating pumps, and as a way that's healthier for our environment. There's all forms of different ways in which we can seriously look at the environment. I think it is lacking. I went through, I think it was 20-some recommendations that were in the report.
I must unfortunately interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Now, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think we need to start by clarifying what it is we're debating and why it is we're debating it. we're debating, for those folks watching at home, instead of debating the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement legislation, which is important to Canada, it's important to Ukraine, it's important to helping Ukraine win the war, it's a priority for President Zelensky for a number of reasons, which I'll get into. Instead of debating that, moving that forward, getting it to a vote so it can get passed to the Senate and passed and become law, we're debating concurrence. So we're redebating a committee report that's already been debated at the Defense Committee, where MPs have already, of all parties, have already had a chance to express their points of view on that matter. And so the Conservatives have brought this forward, and why have they done this? They claim they're doing this because they care about Arctic security. Now, let me start by saying Arctic security is an important issue. I sat on the Defense Committee. I worked on the issue of Arctic security, spent a lot of time with my colleagues on this matter, and I think there's a lot of things that are important that Canada needs to do to make sure we protect our security. And if you look at what our government's done in terms of our investments in a number of things, including equipment and the Navy and Arctic presence, we've done a tremendous amount to strengthen our Arctic security over the last several years. But I want to get back to why we're here. I don't think we should pretend, let's not pretend that we're debating this motion because Conservatives suddenly care about Arctic security, something they almost never raise in this House. I don't think I've heard them raise it over the past year at all, that they rarely raise in committee. Let's not pretend that Conservatives care about Arctic security. Because if they cared about Arctic security when they were in government, they would have invested in Arctic security. When they were in government, the Harper government reduced spending on defense to below 1% of GDP. Below 1% of GDP. Our government's not only increased the amount of spending on defense in dollar terms, but actually as a percentage of GDP. So while our GDP has grown, so we've significantly invested in our defense capabilities. But the Conservatives don't care about Arctic security because they didn't do anything about it when they were in office. They don't raise it in the House. They don't raise it in committees. But suddenly they raise it when we're about to debate the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. For those of you who care about Arctic security, which I think is many of the people here in this House, you know what the best way is to defend our Arctic security? It's to help Ukraine win the war. Because the greatest threat to our Arctic security is Russia. If you ever thought about who our neighbor to the north is, it's Russia. Who is the country, what is the country that has previously tried to make claims to Canadian territory in the Arctic? It's Russia. And if Russia were to win the war in Ukraine, or if Ukraine were to lose the war, then Russia would know that the international community, democracies around the world, the Western world, doesn't have the desire or the resolve to defend a sovereign, democratic ally. And what does that mean for the rest of Ukraine? What does that mean for Poland and the Baltics and other countries, NATO countries, that Putin has said he believes should belong to Russia? And what does that say to Arctic territory in Canada that Putin has said belongs to Russia? It means that all of that is under much greater threat. So if the Conservatives really care about Arctic security, then let's stop the filibuster tactics. Let's stop bringing forward concurrence motions on things we have already debated in committee and voted on, things that the government's already working on, and let's move the free trade agreement forward so that it benefits Canadian businesses and workers, it benefits Ukrainian businesses and workers, but most importantly, it actually helps Ukraine win the war and rebuild. But the Conservatives don't want to do that. This is the second time that I'm sitting in this House this week, over the past week, when instead of debating this free trade agreement, we've been debating concurrence motions. This is basically a filibuster. So why is it that Conservatives are doing this? So, as I said yesterday when I rose in the House during question period, we've worked very hard. I chair the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group. I work with MPs of all parties. I've worked very hard. Members of this House have worked very hard to make support for Ukraine, make the unwavering support for Ukraine a nonpartisan issue. And you can look at my statements from the beginning of the further invasion, and you will see that. You see the effort that I've made and others have made to make this a nonpartisan issue. We've worked so hard. But the reality is that the Conservative leader and some Conservative MPs clearly don't support Ukraine. And I don't want to have to be saying that in this House. I want to be able to say support for Ukraine is unanimous. Everybody's pulling in the same direction. We're all together on this. But the facts show otherwise. So let me present the facts that I'm talking about. First of all, the fact that we are spending hours upon hours debating concurrence motions on things that Conservatives actually don't really care about and don't ever treat as priorities, instead of debating the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, shows that the Conservatives don't consider the Free Trade Agreement a priority and they want to push it back and delay it. That's obvious. Anybody observing this can see that that's what's happening. They're delaying the debate and therefore delaying the vote and therefore delaying passage and therefore delaying the benefits that come from this free trade agreement for both Canada and for Ukraine. And let's remember, this free trade agreement is not just symbolic. It's meaningfully important for our economy, for the Ukrainian economy, but it's meaningfully important for Ukraine. Ukraine's economy, after the further invasion by Russia, declined by 50%. But just think about that for a second. When our economy moves by 0.5% or by percentage point growth, that's meaningful. Canadians feel that. We talk about that. We try to address that. 50%. So President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government is trying its best to do everything it can to strengthen Ukraine's economy. And trade with Canada is part of that. This free trade agreement and its passage is also critical to help Ukraine negotiate this type of agreement with other countries around the world and therefore further help strengthen their economy. But the free trade agreement is also important because what it does is it facilitates in not just the trade of goods or even the trade of services, but foreign investment in Ukraine, which is fundamental, not just to rebuilding the economy, but rebuilding Ukraine. Ukraine's going to need, by some estimates, well over $1 trillion in foreign investment to rebuild schools, hospitals, roads. This free trade agreement facilitates that. When President Zelensky was here, in Canada visiting, one of the things he made time for and a priority for was meeting with people who are interested in investing in Ukraine because he's that concerned about it. So this agreement is not just symbolically important, it's substantively important to helping Ukraine and Ukrainians survive and fund this war and rebuild their country and win this war. So as the Conservatives get in the way of this free trade agreement, they get in the way of Ukraine winning the war. And I think we have to be clear about that. The second thing is they're not just delaying, they're actually criticizing it. I don't think that they actually support the free trade agreement. Because you have members getting up in this House during the limited debate that we have had on the free trade agreement, and they've had the audacity to call this free trade agreement woke. One of the members suggested that Canada's negotiating this agreement, has actually taken advantage of Ukraine. How preposterous is that? The suggestion that somehow by doing something that helps Ukraine win the war and rebuild its economy is bad for Ukraine. That argument makes no sense at all. And the suggestion that somehow we're taking advantage of, let's remember who they're suggesting we're taking advantage of. They're suggesting we're taking advantage of President Zelensky. This is the man and whose government and whose people have stood up to the second largest military in the world. And we've seen the success they've had on the battlefield. These are the people who aren't giving up and will fight till every inch of their territory is back, and somehow we're taking advantage of them by helping them build their economy. But lastly, the thing that's most concerning, and I said this yesterday in question period, is the Conservative leaders' lack of support for Ukraine. The Conservative leader, since becoming leader, has not once advocated for more military support, for more financial support, for more humanitarian support for Ukraine. He's not once called out Russia's acts of genocide against the Ukrainian people. He has not once done that. Even the Conservative members are surprised.
I want to remind members that if it's not time for questions and comments and they don't have the floor, that they need to wait, and I would ask them to please hold on to their thoughts until then. Point of order. I'm sorry, the honourable member is not in this chair, so I'm not going to recognize him. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
And so the Conservative leader's silence in his lack of support for Ukraine speaks volumes.
Point of order, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
I just inquire from the chair if it's incumbent upon all members when they're giving speeches in this House to be truthful. Is that still the case, Madam Chair?
Point of debate is what the honourable member is doing, and again, I would appreciate if members don't run into the chamber and yell. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Boy, and it's interesting to hear the Conservatives talking about telling the truth when they do exactly the opposite every day in this House, especially in question period, especially their leader. But lastly, I will say this, that...
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
So, Madam Chair, we've been told many times by chair occupants that you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly. The member just there accused members of the official opposition of lying. That's unacceptable in this place. The member should withdraw and apologize from his comments. They're unacceptable.
I'm just going to double check on something because I didn't see that the honourable member was talking about a specific member, but I will double check on that. Double check on the wording on that, but I do want to remind members to be very careful on the words that they use and how they direct those words. This happens on both sides of the House, and I would just ask members to please be careful. I'm going to review the Hansard and see if how that wording was actually used, because I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure, but and we'll come back to the House if need be. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, it is the height of hypocrisy for the member to get up, suggest that I'm lying, and then to raise a point of order to suggest that I shouldn't be challenging him on not telling the truth and his leader for not telling the truth. But I'll finalize my remarks on this issue that we're debating in the House by saying that the Conservative Party of Canada clearly does not support the people of Ukraine. Their leader is silent on support for Ukraine. He doesn't call out Russia's acts of genocide against Ukraine since he's become leader, and he never advocates for additional assistance for Ukraine. And now his party, his members, are introducing motions for us to debate that have already been debated in committee to delay the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. So it's time for Conservatives to stand up and start supporting the people of Ukraine. I'm going to continue doing that. This government's going to continue doing that until they win. Thank you, Madam.
So again, I just want to remind members, because when I allowed the honourable member to restart again, and he specifically mentioned about another member not telling the truth, I just say, that type of wording actually causes disorder in the House, and I would just ask members to please be very careful on how they use their words, and they shouldn't be directing specific what do you call it? En français, on dit des adjectifs, to individual members. So I would just ask members to please be respectful within their debates here in the House. Point of order, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm tabling the government's responses to questions numbers 1710, 1712, 1715 to 1719, 1724, 1725, 1711, 1713, 1714, and 1720 to 1723. Furthermore, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-34, an act to amend to the Investment Canada Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the respective stages of the said bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon. Point d'ordre, l'honorable député de Drummond.
Point of order. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, this is about terms that we can or cannot use in the House, or implying that a colleague is not saying the truth or that a party lacks courage. We have discussed this previously in the House. But when it comes to that, Madam Speaker, truly, I would like something clarified, because when colleagues say things which are not true and which are found to be false, what do we do then? Are we to understand that as members of Parliament, we are responsible for holding the government accountable for its actions, or holding the opposition accountable for what it says. So is that not then our responsibility? Because if we're not allowed to say that what a colleague is saying is false, but what if it is false? So I would like to have clarification on that, please, because recently I get the impression that our leeway in choice of words has been further limited. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Yes, Madam Speaker. My understanding is that it is entirely appropriate to say what somebody's saying is false. What is not permitted is to call somebody a liar in the House. And I think that if you're not prepared to rule on this right now, perhaps you should reflect on that and come back at a later time, because I think that the member from the comments that the member from the bloc brought up are extremely germane to this, and I would hate to see us rush into this and make a ruling right now without properly reflecting on this, because it is very, very important.
They're all well taken, and we'll certainly do some more research. We'll have more discussions on this here and do a little bit more research and come back to the House on that. I want to make sure that I would hope that members, when they're doing their speeches and participating in debate, that the information that they are using is actually correct information, because it doesn't bode well for either sides when that is not done. So at the end of the day, I think that, I would also ask members to please be very judicial. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon, questions and comments?
Questions and comments. Madam Speaker, I find it ironic that the member talks about unity and then goes on to give a speech basically attacking Conservatives and attacking the Conservative leader. So first of all, the member should take a look at something published February 20th, 2022 from the Conservative leader, where he condemns the invasion and calls for more support. So to say that the Conservative leader has not done that is the absolute definition of misinformation. And there's so much misinformation in what he said. First of all, there is an existing free trade agreement. There is an existing free trade agreement right now, one that the Conservatives negotiated. Now, to talk about this issue before us, this piece of legislation is at pre-study at committee on Tuesday. The pre-study will turn into the study so that the bill can be voted on and brought back to the House. To suggest that somehow this is delaying that shows his absolute incompetence as a member to understand what's happening in the House. He should stop using those lines, and in fact, he should apologize and apologize to the Conservative leader.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Madam Speaker, unity is what I am asking for. Unity around support for Ukraine is what I'm asking for, and we're not getting it from the Conservative Party of Canada. And we're certainly not getting it from the leader of the Conservative Party. And what I said about the leader of Conservative Party's record on Ukraine is absolutely true. 2022, October, is that what that member just got up and said? That the last time the leader of the Conservative Party said anything about Ukraine that is of any degree supportive is October of 20. Has he not realized that there's a genocide happening in Ukraine every day, that people are dying every day, that Canada's security, including our Arctic security, is under threat every day? Maybe the leader of the opposition should wake up to that and start speaking out, but he's never advocated for more support for Ukraine, never, since becoming a leader, and he's never called out the acts of genocide. It's about time he did.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I am thoroughly disgusted by this debate. I know that Nunavummiut are as well. Inuit from northern Quebec were forcefully lied to. They were made to go from northern Quebec all the way up to the high Arctic in Grace Fjord and in Resolute. They are called the High Arctic Exiles in the name of Arctic sovereignty and the name of Arctic security. So this report is very important to us. And for the debate to focus on other matters outside of this is very disconcerting. What the Arctic is experiencing right now, in addition to threats from Russia and the outsiders, is climate change. And I would like to ask the member if he agrees with a statement made by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Wayne Eyre, who said, in quotes, infrastructure durable and sustainable into the future with the changing circumstances related to climate change are important. Does the member agree that we also need to ensure that the Arctic is able to deal with the existential threat that they are experiencing because of climate change?
For Toba Center.
I'd like to thank the member for an excellent question, and absolutely I think we do. And I think that that's why so many of us in this House, so many of us on the government side as well, have worked with some colleagues in the NDP and in the Bloc to make sure that we advance policies that continue the fight against climate change, which is so important to the folks in the Arctic and to folks around the world, frankly. So absolutely it is. And I would just like to clarify for the member's understanding that as I said at the beginning of my remarks, Arctic security is incredibly important. The people of the Arctic are, of course, incredibly important. And I've worked on this as a member of the Defense Committee. My sole concern about this is that the Conservatives are bringing this forward in a way that's designed to undermine measures that we're taking to protect Arctic security, because it's undermining our ability to support the war that's happening right now and ultimately threatens all of our security. I thank you.
Reprise au débat, the Honourable Député de Saint-Jean.
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, a few comments about the Defense Committee's report on the Arctic. But first, I would like to get back to the other debate we were supposed to be having today, and that is the debate on C-58 for a free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. I asked a question earlier to the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. In my question, I mentioned the fact that, unfortunately, even if we take the time to debate the bill to implement the free trade agreement, in general, when it comes to free trade agreements, the role of MPs is, on the whole, limited. We can only be altogether in agreement or in disagreement with the content of FTAs because we don't participate in negotiating them. However, members of Parliament are representatives of the people. That is our democratic role, but our democratic role is so limited in free trade agreements. As I said earlier, when it came to negotiating a temporary agreement between Canada and the United Kingdom after Brexit, then in the International Affairs Committee, they didn't even have the text of the interim FTA before them, yet they were called upon to debate it. So that just shows that when it comes to drafting or improving or creating free trade agreements, the role of parliamentarians is very limited. And we do have time to debate C-57, though not much, and we've just heard that there will be a time allocation motion. So MPs have very limited time to have debates on free trade agreements. Now, that said, I have a few comments about the committee's report on the Arctic. I think I only have a few minutes remaining, though. Well, the first comment I'd like to make about the committee's report is that the committee of the content of the report, regardless of what other debates are being eclipsed by the debate on the Arctic, the situation in the Arctic is very important and it will change over time. In fact, even since we debated that report, there have been articles in the media which lead me to feel, in fact, very pessimistic about how much or how little the government is prioritizing safety and security in the North, and surveillance, too. And in questions and comments today, we have discussed climate change in the North. Now, as we know, traffic in the North has increased by 44% between 2013 and 2019, and that's since the melting of glaciers and the increasingly real opening of the Northwest Passageway. And the government has been pulling out of surveillance and environmental monitoring. For example, there are weather stations, we found out about this summer, that have been closing since 2017, and these weather stations are no longer able to record information about the weather, meteorological information in the North, so that causes issues for navigation of ships and can even have an impact on the statistics that Environment Canada collects, because we are no longer using data that is not being collected in the North. Meanwhile, Russia is investing heavily in weather stations. They have set up 42 new weather stations in the past year, Russia has. So they're able to have a better understanding of the situation on the ground. They're investing in the north. And now we have a major clash between these two Arctic nations, that is, Canada and Russia, when it comes to how much they prioritize what's happening climate-wise. And this will be a critical issue in the upcoming years. And now I see, Madam Speaker, that you are about to tell me that my time is out. Yes, so now the debate on the motion will be continued at a future session. The member will have 16 minutes remaining the next time that this motion is before the House.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration of M75 Polish Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca, appuyé par Monsieur Baker, propose que
Mr. Fonseca, seconded by Mr. Baker, moves that A, the House recognize the significant contributions Polish Canadians have made to Canadian society, economy, politics, and culture, and the importance of educating Canadians of all ages about the core values that Polish Canadians have imparted to the strength and diversity of Canada.
et à la vigueur du Canada, and B, in the option of the House, the government should reflect upon Polish heritage for future generations and designate May 3rd of every year as Polish Constitution Day and the month of May every year as Polish Heritage Month. Debate. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cookville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member for Etobicoke Centre, for seconding this motion. And I know he has a large Polish-Canadian community in his riding. Witam, dziękuję. I stand before you today with a heart full of pride and gratitude. As we embark on a significant journey together, today I propose a celebration of heritage, a recognition of history, and a dedication to unity. Today I stand and ask for your support to declare the month of May as Polish Heritage Month and to designate May 3rd as Polish Constitution Day in our great nation of Canada. M75 transcends mere acknowledgement of the historical bonds connecting Canada and Poland. It serves as a heartfelt tribute to the flourishing Polish-Canadian community, celebrated for their substantial contributions to our great nation. The historical roots of Polish immigration to Canada reach back as early as 1752, when the first documented Polish immigrant set foot on Canadian soil. Today, the Polish-Canadian community numbers over 1 million strong. Polish migration to Canada has a long history, with the earliest waves of immigrants arriving in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Many Polish immigrants sought better economic opportunities and escaped political unrest in their homeland. The subsequent waves of migrants occurred after World War II and during the communist regime in Poland. These historical events shaped the size and composition of the Polish-Canadian community. The Canadian Poles community is widespread across Canada, with significant concentrations in cities such as my hometown of Mississauga, in Toronto, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Windsor, Calgary, and Edmonton, just to name a few. According to the most recent census data from 2021, there were approximately 1.1 million people of Polish descent in Canada, making up close to 3% of the total population. These statistics provide some insights into the distribution and growth of the Polish community within the country. Their valor, unwavering determination, and tireless efforts spanning 271 years stand as a testament to their unwavering commitment to enrich our nation. With the essence of Polish culture, a robust work ethic, deep faith, and unparalleled resilience, the profound impact of our Polish-Canadian community on Canada's social, cultural, political, and economic landscape cannot be overstated. Their dedication and perseverance have left an indelible mark on our nation. From the arts, music, to entrepreneurship, academia, the Polish-Canadian community has made boundless contributions to our society. The proposition to designate May 3rd as Polish Constitution Day and dedicate the entire month of May as Polish heritage goes beyond symbolism. Like Canadians, Polish people have ardently pursued freedom and democracy, bringing Europe its first modern constitution, May 3rd, 1791, and the second oldest after the U.S. Constitution. On the walls here in this Parliament building, you will see all the names of the MPs. Speaker, to find the first member of Parliament of Polish descent, you must go all the way back to the first Parliament in Canada in 1867. Alexandre Edouard Krzykowski, MP, 1867, born in Poland, immigrated to Canada and represented St. Hyacinthe, Quebec riding in Canada's first Parliament. Today, in our 44th Parliament, we have a number of MPs of Polish descent, including my colleague, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, who's the chair of the Canada-Poland Parliamentary Friendship Group. This motion is a tangible and deeply sincere expression of our gratitude for the remarkable achievements and contributions of the Polish-Canadian community. This proposal represents our heartfelt homage to their history, a celebration of their present, and an inspiration for their future. Speaker, I've had many opportunities to speak with countless of my Canadian Polish constituents about their immigrant story. Like friend and Olympic coach Bogdan Poprowski, my friend Ziggy Pigel, my good friend and neighbor John Solarski has enriched my life, I could tell you, with his stories of Polish businesses like his dad's pharmacy on Roncesvalles, or of sports like the Polonia baseball team he coaches. In his words, I can feel the great pride he has as a Canadian of Polish heritage. For all Poles, you feel their joy when their Canadian-born children learn new Polish words like babcia, grandmother, or dziadek, grandfather, or when their kids ask about what their grandparents and parents' early lives were like, or the children research for themselves their Polish history. They are truly celebrating their past. It is my hope that M75 will provide another opportunity for the community and families to recount their life on the farm, the village, their ancestors, the food, the traditions, the language, their journey to Canada, and much more. Despite being half a world away from their original homeland, in some ways, the Polish community is more connected to it than when they left. Today, their newfound heritage grows through their children and grandchildren as Polish Canadians. Keeping the Polish culture and heritage alive does not only happen at home, but in the broader community, through cultural centers, churches, schools, through organizations like the Canadian Polish Congress, Polish Teachers Association, Polish Scouts, Canadian Polish Business Associations, Veterans Associations, great festivals like the Mississauga Polish Day Festival with its founders and leaders Anna Golbinski and Anna Muskrowicz, or the Chopin Society Festival. And I want to thank Henry and Anna Lipinski for sharing their love of music, or Mississauga's Karasaga Festival with its Polish-Canadian director Marek Ruda, just to name a few. Speaker, allow me to highlight Canada's strong ties with Poland and its representatives here. I want to thank Polish Ambassador Witold Jelski and the Embassy for his support of the Polonia community in Canada and for this motion. Ambassador Jelski is no stranger to Parliament or to Mississauga, a city which is home to one of the largest Polish populations in all of Canada, and a mayor of Polish descent, Mayor Bonnie Crombie. The community organizes various events and initiatives to celebrate Polish heritage and to promote cross-cultural understanding. Speaker, I am so proud to represent a riding of Mississauga East Cooksville with the largest Polish community in all of Canada. Also located in Mississauga East Cooksville is the John Paul II Polish Cultural Center and the Maximilian Kolbe Foundation. The Maximilian Kolbe Foundation was founded in 1982 and is the heart of the Polish community in Mississauga and the GTA region. It has established a cultural community center for the Poles in Mississauga, and after years of hard work and collecting funds, the center was opened in the fall of 1994. Both the foundation and the center are closely connected with the largest Polish church, Maximilian Kolbe Parish, in Canada, and we thank Father Bogdan Oshetsky for his service. Adjacent to the church is where the John Paul II Cultural Center building is situated. The center consists of a concert hall, stage, library, bowling room, a club. Almost every day they host various cultural events as well as classes for education and integration for adults, children, youth, and seniors. It serves as a central gathering place for the Polish community in Mississauga, offering various programs and events that celebrate Polish culture, including language classes, art exhibitions, music performance, and dance groups like Radość Joy Vocal Dance Group and Lihovia Polish Folk Dance Company. The Canadian Polish Congress is an organization that acts as a voice for the Polish-Canadian community, advocating for their rights and interests. It has shown great leadership and advocating and championing this motion. I thank them, and I want to give a big thanks and shout out to the National President, Tom Tomczak, and the First Vice President, Dominic Roszak, Board Member and friend, District President Les Blachik from Mississauga, and the entire Board of Directors. I say thank you to the Congress. Also want to thank former Toronto Councillor Chris Corwin-Kuczynski for his support. The Congress represents the Polish community's interests and the Government of Canada by providing a strong national voice in the decision-making of our government's policies and promoting the rights of Polish Canadians to full and equal participation in all aspects of Canadian society. And this motion is in large part due to their advocacy. The Canadian-Polish Congress promotes awareness of and respect for Poland's history and heritage and the contribution of Poles to the culture of Canada and the world, and we thank them. The Congress is a unifying force, coordinating and supporting Polish-Canadian organizations so that those community organizations provide a wide range of programs, events, and services to support the local Polish population. Excuse me. I want to commend the Congress for its focus on youth in particular and for hosting many youth leadership opportunities, like the Polonia Leadership Summit we just had here 2 weeks ago on Parliament Hill. Also, thank you to Polish Teachers Association in Canada for their mission to teach Polish language in as many Canadian schools as possible. Teachers like Irene Urbaniak and many others. Polish schools in Mississauga play a crucial role in preserving Polish language, skills, and culture, heritage among Polish-Canadian children. These schools provide language instruction, history lessons, cultural activities to ensure transmission of Polish traditions to the younger generations. Speaker, many of our Polonia youth are involved in Polish scouting in Canada. In my riding of Mississauga, it is one of the great ways where hundreds, Speaker, of junior and senior scouts learn Polish culture, Polish language, Polish scouting traditions while exploring Canada's great outdoors through all seasons, including the winter. Polish Canadians have always rolled up their sleeves with a vigorous entrepreneurial spirit. I thank the Canadian Polish Business Association and its president and CEO, Mr. Eric Szuczek, for their tireless work to enhance the business climate in the Polish-Canadian community and expand international trade. The ties between Poland and Canada have only grown stronger, and local small and medium businesses run in the Polish community continue to thrive, adding jobs and growth to our country. Canada and Poland exemplify solidarity. We were, we are, and we will continue to stand together. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I'd like to also extend a heartfelt thank you to our Polish Canadians for Poland's unwavering support to Ukraine during these difficult times. Speaker, the Polish community has integrated into the Canadian cultural landscape by preserving Polish traditions, organizing cultural events, contributing to various sectors, and fostering cross-cultural understanding. Polish festivals, food, music, arts have become part of the multicultural fabric of Canadian society, enriching the cultural diversity of the country. I wholeheartedly implore your support in this endeavor. I call upon each one of you to join hands in making this motion a reality, to pay homage to the remarkable legacy of the Polish-Canadian community, and to reaffirm the enduring partnership between Canada and Poland. Let us, as a united House here, recognize their invaluable contributions and celebrate their enduring spirit, Speaker. Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo. Nidzia Polska, Nidzia Canada. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague for this initiative. We know that Polish culture is very important in our society. That's also the case in Quebec. We are lucky to have a great deal of Polish culture. For example, my favorite artist, Lidia Kapinski, is of Polish origin. If you like dancing, you should go to her shows. It's amazing. Now we know that May 3rd in Poland is Constitution Day, which refers to the Constitution of 1791. And we know that my colleague is an excellent runner. Would he be willing to run a marathon if this motion is adopted to celebrate Polish culture?
The Deputy de Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague and who we sit together on the Finance Committee, and just to his words in terms of this celebration of really of freedom, democracy, of the first constitution in Europe, and the second oldest constitution in the world. And in regards to the challenge of a marathon, I will walk with my colleague. We will do it around here, around Parliament Hill, the day that this passes. But I thank him for his support. And yes, you know what? The Polish community has great talent in music, in the arts, and to know that one of the first parliamentarians of the first parliament here was from Quebec and from St. Hyacinthe is something that we all cherish. So thank you very much to my honourable colleague.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable from Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I did my undergrad at Lakehead University in Thunder Bay, and I know that there was a wonderful Polish community there. I just wondered if the member could respond to what would happen if this motion was not passed.
L'honorable député de Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. And like in Thunder Bay and at Lakehead and right across our great country from coast to coast to coast, we have Poles in all of our communities. And Madam Speaker, I know that this House will embrace this motion because all of us support our diversity, our unity, and what brings us together is the richness of the many cultures that we have in this great country of Canada. And it will mean so much to the Polish community to be able to give them that opportunity, I would hope, to be able to again celebrate May and May 3rd as Chichimaya, as they say, Constitution Day here in Canada for years to come. So, Madam Speaker, again, I implore and I reach out to all members that we support this motion for the Polish community. Thank you.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member Edmonton Manning.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the member for bringing this bill or this motion to the House. I've had the opportunity to work with the community. Edmonton is a home for a large Polish community, as well as I had a neighbor actually from the Polish community. The question is, a month of Heritage Month, Polish Heritage Month, what type of activities will the community be looking for to host in the month of May, as I understood from this bill?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would thank the honourable colleague, and of course Edmonton, like we said, all communities right across our great land. But you know, one thing I didn't talk about was the great food, right? You know what? We've got pierogies and sausages, and I have to say I love the beer. But Madam Speaker, we have festivals, opportunity to celebrate culture and history, and to bring everybody together. So it's a real time that we can also talk about our democracy and talk about what Poland has brought to Canada. But like through this motion, it will be an impetus to be able to bring the community in a way to celebrate and to not only within the community, but to share with all others all the great things about Polish heritage and culture. So it will be a great time, and I look forward to going out with the member and eating some nice pierogies and some great Polish sausage.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I am joining the debate. I read the motion. The parts I want to talk about the most, I'll spend 10 minutes on these. The importance of educating Canadians of all ages about the core values that Polish Canadians have imparted. And the second part I want to draw the attention of the House to is government should reflect upon Polish heritage for future generations. I have a Yiddish proverb. I always do. Yiddish and Polish are very closely connected, as many members know. I'm not asking God for an easier burden. I'm asking for broader shoulders when I speak on this subject. The previous member who spoke did talk about the wave of immigration to Canada. Those waves were caused by events happening in Eastern Europe. From the first partition of Poland in 1772, the member spoke about the Constitution at 3 Maja, May 3rd of 1791, the second oldest written constitution in the world, a constitution that was then abolished by a future parliament of dubious distinction. And the final partition of Poland was in 1795, where Poland disappeared. Poland's greatest contributions are not institutions and organizations, they're its people. People all over the world who have fought for freedom in the name of freedom, from the American Revolution to those who came to Canada and built a new life for themselves, but also many who then returned to Poland or to continental Europe and fought in the different wars of independence so that Poland could be free again. One thing I want to draw the House's attention to is the Statute of Kalisz, signed in 1264 by another great Pole, Bolesław the Pious, who Poland was the first country, the first people to give legal rights to the Jewish people in continental Europe. So I want to draw the attention of the House to that as well. One other great Pole I want to recognize is Zbigniew Gondek, 99 years old. He passed away. Polish veteran of World War II, fought at Monte Cassino, earned the Virtuti Militari, Poland's highest military decoration, a great Polish Canadian. Another Pole I want to draw the attention of the House to is Jan Karski. Jan Karski wrote a story of a secret state, My Report to the World, where he described the horrors of the crimes committed by the Nazis and by the Soviet Union, of course. Born in Łódź in 1914, at the outbreak of World War II, he fought the Red Army. He was a proud Pole who fought Red Army soldiers because the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation, invaded Poland with its allies in Nazi Germany and crushed Poland's armies after a few weeks. He was made a POW and deported somewhere into Siberia. In his book, he tells the story of the abuse he suffered of Soviet soldiers. He was also later captured by the Gestapo as a courier for the Polish underground. In his book, he also relates the story of having met the US president and relating all the crimes that were committed by Soviet soldiers, by Nazi soldiers, against Jewish people, against the Poles, the Czechs, the Slovaks, the Ukrainians, and many others. I have the books. I want to read from it because there is mention of Canada. Jan Karski had never come to Canada, but when he was being smuggled through Spain, his handlers told him, I'm going to read from it, he turned to the conductor and slapped his chest. Canada, he said triumphantly. Canada, his son echoed. Canada, I added weakly. Bravo, bravo, the conductor beamed at us. And he goes on to say it was obvious to them, if we got captured, to say we are Canadians, because if you are Canadians in Spain, you would be deported to Britain, and Britain was their destination of choice. So I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that when speaking of Jan Karski, one of those great Polish patriots, great Poles. Another one I want to mention quickly is Captain Witold Pilecki, who is credited as the only man to have volunteered to go to Auschwitz. It takes a certain type of human being to volunteer yourself to go to a concentration camp. He spent 947 miserable nights there so that he could then relate it back to the Polish underground, and the Polish underground could then inform the Western powers, including Canadians, of the crimes being committed against the Jewish people, against Poles, against Ukrainians and Slovaks, and all those who opposed the Nazi regime. Witold Pilecki fought in the Polish-Lithuanian War. He fought in the Polish-Soviet War. Like many Poles of his era, he was actually born in Russia. His family had been deported from Vilna to East Karelia, and that's where he was from. He's also one of many Polish underground members who would be later murdered by the Soviet Union in show trials. He was arrested in May 1947, sent to Mokotów prison, which many Poles know very well. In a show trial that lasted barely a few weeks, he was then sentenced to death and he was executed, as were his so-called co-conspirators, but many Poles remember him as one of those great freedom fighters. I do want to mention one thing also about those events, because amongst Poles in Canada, especially Katyn, the Katyn massacre is remembered as a great crime committed by communists, by the Soviet Union. It was secret order number 001177 issued by the Politburo for the execution and murder of 25,568. They're called victims, but these were Polish generals, soldiers, members of the clergy, professors, members of Poles, proud Poles who were murdered by the Soviet Union. The truth only came out in the 1990s and was then shared more broadly with the world. But it's one of those crimes that the Russian Federation and the Soviet Union has never been made to pay for, with more public criticism of it. Closer to home, there was mention of the first Polish member of parliament for Saint-Hyacinthe, 1867 to 1870, Alexander Edward Kieszkowski. And Hanser doesn't have to worry. I've written down all the names, so if they want to get the notes from me afterwards, they can figure it out how to spell them correctly. I want to draw also, because some of the community centers were mentioned, Maximilian Kolbe. Maximilian Kolbe is a very, very well-known priest who was in Auschwitz and who gave himself in place of a Jewish man. He volunteered himself to be executed before somebody else could. That's why so many community centers are named after Maximilian Kolbe. That's why if you are Polish and you name your first son Maximilian the way I did, you will forever be asked the question by other Poles, did you name him after Maximilian Kolbe? Because it takes a special type of person to volunteer themselves for death for a member of another faith community, because it is the right thing to do. That is your calling in life. The Canadian Polish Congress is a long-running institution. I said I wouldn't talk about organizations, but I do want to talk about one gentleman from the organization, Władysław Lijon, who was a member of parliament, a conservative who represented this place proudly as a former president of the Congress. I also want to note Sir Kazimierz Stanisław Grzowski, who was Lieutenant Governor of Ontario between 1896 and 1897. He was personally knighted by Queen Victoria. Back to a bit more history. The Trial of 16 is a well-known event. Again, these are Polish underground leaders who were invited to Moscow after the war officially ended for Western European powers, not so much for Polish people in Eastern Europe. And in this Trial of 16, the Polish underground was basically kidnapped at the NKVD, and most of its members were then either executed or imprisoned for long lengths of time. Closer to recent history, the Solidarity movement is well remembered. Many members have family members who were in Solidarity, some whose parents were arrested. My father was a member of Solidarity, was never arrested. He did leave Poland, though, a week before my older brother was born, younger brother was born, much to my mom's infuriation. Solidarity, I want to mention, everybody thinks of Lech Wałęsa, but we should really draw attention to the woman who kicked off the protests. Anna Walentynovich was fired 5 months before her retirement because the communists couldn't stand the fact that she was simply drawing attention to the fact people were stealing from the workers, people were mistreating the workers, and she was tired of the communists oppressing the trade union workers. She deserves credit for the kickoff of the protests, which eventually led to martial law in Poland, and many of us, my generation, who were made to leave during that time period. So I was told I have 5 minutes, and I want to talk just very briefly about this new brotherhood that we have between Poles and Ukrainians, because I think it stretches beyond just the region. It stretches to the diaspora communities also in Canada. For hundreds and hundreds, for centuries, hundreds and hundreds of years, Poles and Ukrainians haven't always gotten along. We're the same ethnic group. We have a different language, mostly share the same faiths. But never and before has there been such a march of darkness in Eastern Europe where people are struggling and fighting for their own freedoms. To see two people who historically have fought wars and have done terrible things to each other now standing side by side. So I have a Ukrainian intern I've hosted in years past, and I want to say this. After she gave me a book and I got to read a bit more about Ukrainian history, that without a free Ukraine, there is no free Poland. And without a free Poland, there is no free Ukraine. And I'll draw the attention of the House because I know my time is running now short. I thought I'd be able to get in more. I did get in my Yiddish proverb. The Polish national anthem, it's the Mazurek Dąbrowski, has 2 lines in it which speaks to what Polish people truly care about. In the 2 lines, I won't say them in Polish, I'll say them in English. Poland has not yet perished so long as we still live. The most important contribution Poles have made is the people, the freedom fighters who have fought for freedom wherever we have been in the world. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Magog.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues and show my support for the staff of TVA who have been fired during this restructuring. They've lost their jobs. They are part of a new system that is in crisis. We will have to act and be proactive. And so I want to express my solidarity and compassion, and we have to do so through real action. I'm pleased to rise in this place to support, with my colleagues for the Bloc Québécois, motion M75, which establishes Polish Heritage Month. The first Polish person in this House, which goes back to the creation of Parliament in 1867, was one of my predecessors, Alexandre Edouard Kierzkowski, who was the member for Saint-Hyacinthe. I am therefore pleased to rise to speak today. Kierzkowski, who was member for Verchères at the National Assembly in Quebec with the Red Party, which were the descendants of the Patriots Party. So that's something that certainly is in line with my own Republican values. Quebecers want to highlight the exceptional contribution of Quebecers of Polish origin, their contribution to Quebec's culture and society. Their contribution is significant, especially since the Quiet Revolution. The Charter of the French language unites Quebecers of all origins and ensures that we have a common origin and history. That means sharing the French language. The first Polish immigrant in Canada arrived before the British conquest. Dominic Bass, a fur trader from Ganst. And I'm sorry if sometimes I mispronounce these names. I hope that our Polish citizens forgive me. It's not my first, second, or third language. I don't speak Polish, so I apologize. He set up in 1852 in Montreal, and Charles Blazkowicz, who joined him in 1857, who worked as a land surveyor. And so this is one of the first places Polish people settled in Canada. So the Bloc Québécois wants to highlight the history of Quebec and how Polish people are part of it. And in 1843, the Polish Science Institute was set up, which is an important contribution. Polish settlers created strong institutions, including one of the first health centers inaugurated by René Lévesque in 1967. In 1984, Dr. Camille Lauré, the father of the Charter of the French Language, who was Minister of Health at one point. The ethno-linguistic character of the Institute was significant. This contribution was recognized by Quebec's National Assembly in May of 1984, so that contribution has been recognized for some time. Polish immigrants have also marked Quebec's literature. In his roman, These Children from Elsewhere, the storyteller Arlette Couture was an author of some of our favorite novels. And through their stories, they helped us discover many characters, some of which were fleeing war. They traveled from Poland from 1839 all the way to us, to Montreal. We are pleased to participate in designating May 3rd the Polish Constitution Day and the month of May as Polish Heritage Month. 20 years after Poland was divided up by Russia and Germany, a tragic event, there was a modern constitution set up in Europe. They aimed to set up a constitutional monarchy, and they were inspired by the French Revolution and introduced free elections based on freedom and the rule of law. It was a symbol of hope for restoring their nation's sovereignty. These are concepts which are obviously dear to us. May 3rd remains for Polish people an inspiration in their quest for independence. In Quebec, our ancestors were experiencing their first steps of parliamentarism. In our history, French Canadians and Quebecers are always questing for their political freedom. I'm delighted that Quebecers take inspiration from their fellow citizens of Polish origin. Polish Canadians have been subject to a certain amount of misrepresentation in some cases.
Représente la population du Canada, formant une vaste mosaïque culturelle.
They are part of a vast cultural mosaic. National realities between Quebec and Canada exercise an influence on the successive waves of immigration in Canada throughout the decades, especially linguistic and cultural factors. Quebecers of Polish origin don't have the same integration into society as Canadians of Polish origin. Those who settled outside of Quebec, who assimilated into the Canadian majority, are such that we observe a difference. Those that settle in Quebec are integrated into society through the French language. It's not necessary to assimilate Quebecers and Canadians as though they were part of the very same nation. We support the motion while expressing the distinct contribution of Canadians, Quebecers of Polish origin to our society. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to rise to speak to Motion 75, Polish Heritage Month. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that here in Edmonton, right across Treaty 6 in many of the prairies, that Polish Canadians have not only found peace, found prosperity, but have also found, I think in many ways, the steps and the materials and the time to build relations with so many other groups. And it's a great day to be able to speak to, particularly on my behalf, to speak to the unique history that Canada has. A history that has welcomed newcomers both from as early as the 1600s to when the first Poles arrived in the 1880s. It's been something that I think most Canadians may not be aware of. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to remind Canadians that there are so many folks, including the great many Polish Canadians right across the prairies, that have contributed to the very early building of Canada. It's what so many Canadians may take for granted, this history and this very difficult time for our country when it first started to be built. There's no question of many of those persons not only sacrificing much of what they needed and who they brought with them, but the immense work and sacrifice it takes to rebuild and restart from coming so far away. Canada is a relatively new country to the West. Many Indigenous people, particularly my families, have been here for millennia. And it wasn't until 1867 until the Crown, by way of Queen Victoria, asserted in many ways jurisdiction over huge swaths of land here in Canada. But Indigenous people, we took the opportunity to find peace and prosperity with our Crown partners by way of treaty. And it wasn't until the question of treaty, and particularly the historic numbered treaties, was answered that other folks could, in this case, come to Canada. The Crown had to do a really big job. It had to delineate between who and what persons could be present in North America, at that time known as the British North America. And British North America, for the long period of its time, didn't occupy much of Western Canada. So Western Canada was largely absent of many European persons of European descent, minus those who entered the fur trade. Later on, of course, in 1867, Treaty 6, where most Polish Canadians now find themselves, was signed. It was signed at Fort Pitt near Fort Carlton in the Battle Rivers. That treaty, which is so important, I think, for Canadians, in particular members of Parliament, we must understand how important these treaties are in order to better understand why Canadians are here, why we have the great mosaic we do today, and why we celebrate and lift up Polish Canadians and so many others. It was in 1867 that our ancestors, Indigenous ancestors, and many Canadian forebears came together at those places between the Battle River, and we signed an agreement. And I'll read a portion of Treaty 6, and I'd hope that many members could take an opportunity later today or in the many months to come to read some of the historic treaties here in Canada, because it directly relates to how many peoples, including Polish Canadians, found themselves in our prairies. It states that from the preambulatory sections of Treaty 6, for example, it says, it is the desire of Her Majesty to open up for settlement, immigration, and other such purposes as to Her Majesty may seem met, a tract of country, bounded and described as hereafter mentioned, and to obtain the consent of her, quote, Indian subjects, end quote, inhabiting said tract of land, and to make a treaty and to arrange with them so that there may be peace and goodwill between them and Her Majesty. Today, Indigenous people right across our country here on Turtle Island continue to lift up and acknowledge our obligations to treaty. And one of those obligations is to continue to ensure that those seeking peace, those seeking freedom, and those seeking prosperity can continue to find those things across our country. Those historic treaties are so critical and important to the founding of this country and continue to be aspects to which many new Canadians still rely on to gain access to Canada. I was noted earlier today, for example, some of the remarkable contributions made not only to this place, the House of Commons, by Polish Canadians, but even to the very founding of the Prairie Provinces much later on. Today, the diaspora of Polish Canadians is right across our country, and it's most particular in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. The first Polish immigration to Alberta was in the 1880s, and it followed the adhesion of those historic treaties I mentioned 4 years prior to their first settlement. I grew up, Madam Speaker, with many stories. I grew up with many Ukrainians and many Polish folks in the northeast part of rural Alberta. We had traded, we discussed, and today, for example, in the Indigenous communities in Alberta's northeast, there are still artifacts and stories of those times of first settlement, including the trading of textiles and goods. So it's no question that Polish Canadians have done so much, not only to ensure the future of our provinces that we enjoy today, but the very hard work it took to ensure that they could be places for all of us to enjoy. In my city of Edmonton, for example, many Polish Canadians pray and worship at the Holy Rosemary Church. It's by the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology in Edmonton, where many of my own constituents attend and pray in peace. There's also, for example, the Canadian Polish Research Institute, an immense and extensive library of archives and history, and they publish excellent data that's driven by important research. In addition to all that, we also have the Canadian Polish Historical Society, established in my city of Edmonton, a great Canadian organization with the primary mission to promote the understanding and exploration of Polish history, customs, and culture. They gather and they preserve significant historical documents that highlight the achievements of individuals of Polish heritage in Edmonton and Alberta, maintaining records of many Canadian Polish immigrants. And so I encourage members of our House to look to some of these organizations, in particular the Canadian Polish Historical Society, and see how they've contributed in so many ways to the communities we all know and love, but in particular your own communities. For Polish Canadians, however, there is still much more work that needs to be done in order to ensure they have a promotion of their unique language, their unique heritage, and truly their unique culture here in Canada. We have to urge the federal government not only recognize the month of recognize Polish Heritage Month, but to also ensure that we go further by ensuring there's tangible resources that promote Polish culture, heritage, and learning amongst all Canadians. Madam Speaker, our country is truly great. It's great because of the qualities of diversity it holds so near and dear to its soul and to its being, as manifested in the history of our country is promised by First Nations, Métis, and Inuit persons, to that of the Crown, to continue to ensure that new Canadians can find peace and prosperity here, and to ensure that their histories are never forgotten. Canada is a young country, Madam Speaker. And because it's a young country, it's so important that we lift up and hold sacred those stories to which created a foundation that we all enjoy today. Following the immense work of building farms, building townhomes, and eventually building villages and cities, Canada is a prosperous place because of those sacrifices. And until we acknowledge fully the immense contributions of many Canadians in its early settlement period, particularly by Ukrainian and Polish and other Eastern European individuals, we would not have a Canada. And so I am so grateful and honored to be able to rise in support of Motion 75 on behalf of all New Democrats, and to ensure that we continue to lift up Polish heritage and to continue to strive to ensure that their stories, the unique perspectives, and what they have to offer to Canada can continue for many, many more years to come. Madam Speaker, I'm excited for us to vote on M75 and to see hopefully swift and unanimous passage of Polish Heritage Month here in the House of Commons. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages.
Madam Speaker, as a proud Polish Canadian, I am so honoured to rise in the House of Commons to speak to the rich history, heritage and contributions of Polish Canadians to Canada and to the rich and vibrant multicultural tapestry of our country. I want to begin by saying a heartfelt dziękuję, thank you, to my friend and colleague, the MP for Mississauga East Cooksville, for bringing forward this historic legislation that will establish the first ever National Polish Heritage Month in Canada. There are 1.1 million Canadians of Polish descent living in Canada, in communities in every corner of our country, including major centres in Halifax, Montreal, Ottawa, Vancouver, Toronto, Hamilton, Winnipeg, Calgary, and Vancouver, including my community of Windsor-Tecumseh. Polish Canadians are business leaders, teachers and nurses, engineers and electricians, artists and athletes. They drive trucks that deliver the goods. They are as resilient and determined as they are generous and kind, and they have been a blessing to this country, just as Canada has been a blessing to us. The story of Polish immigration to Canada is remarkable, and it provides an insight into a community that prides itself on the values of service above self, that prioritizes family, community, and faith. The first Polish immigrant, a fur trader, landed in Canada in 1752, but the first wave of Polish immigrants to Canada arrived in 1858 from the Kashub region of northern Poland. They made their home in Renfrew County in the town of Wilno, the oldest settlement in Canada, Polish settlement in Canada. For 2 centuries, subsequent waves of Polish Canadians arrived in Canada, at times to flee conflict and persecution, but always to build a better future for themselves and for their children. The Polish Canadian story is a quintessential Canadian story, and it is one I want to tell from the perspective of my family and our Polish community in Windsor. Back in Poland, my father was an electrical engineer and a leader in the Solidarity movement that fought for the rights of workers against the communist dictatorship. Minutes past midnight on December 13, 1981, martial law was declared, Solidarity leaders were rounded up, and the police arrived at our door to arrest my father. After his release, Canada offered us safe harbor, and in April 1983, we landed at Pearson Airport. We spent the first year in Scarborough, in an apartment block with Polish families who arrived the same way we did. My parents took English language courses at George Brown College during the day. My dad laid tile during the evenings to save up for a car and to buy his boys their first Christmas gift in Canada, hockey sticks. Within a year, my dad landed a job in the auto industry in Windsor, and so we barreled down the 401 with a heart full of hope and gratitude and a little trepidation about the road ahead. For Polish Canadians, like so many immigrants, the gratitude finds expression in an enormous sense and need to give back, to volunteer, to help build our Canada and build the communities that have become our homes. Madam Speaker, I see the expression in my community of Windsor, Essex, that is home to a vibrant community of 12,000 Polish Canadians. The heart of our community has always been Holy Trinity Catholic Church on the corner of Langlois and Ellis. It is where my brother and I were quickly enrolled as altar servers. It's where we celebrate Pasterka, or Midnight Mass, and where I married my better half, Shauna. Saturday mornings were spent attending Polish school at St. Angela Elementary with wonderful teachers like Pani Bohus, Pani Zahaluk, and Sisters Maris and Urszula from the Ursuline Sisters. They made sure we kept the Polish language alive. They taught Polish history about Copernicus and Marie Curie Skłodowska and the Battle of Grunwald. It's where we learned about Janusz Żurakowski, the test pilot for the Avro Arrow and the first Canadian to break the sound barrier. Where we learned about Sir Kazimierz Gzowski, an engineer who helped build the Grand Trunk Railway and the Welland Canal, who Canada Post put on the 5-cent stamp. It's where we learned about Stanley Hajdasz, a doctor, member of parliament, the first minister of state for multiculturalism, and the first senator of Polish descent. After Sunday morning Mass at Holy Trinity, we would stop by Black's Bakery for fresh rye bread and strudel. Black's is the oldest bakery in Windsor. It opened in 1918. And on Fat Tuesday, there are literally lineups around the block to get a box of their famous plum-filled pączki. And at the same time, we would head over to European Market or Polish Village Deli to pick up deli meats, pierogi, or kielbasa for the barbecue. Polish Canadians are incredibly industrious and entrepreneurial. In addition to shops and restaurants that brought color and flavor to Ottawa Street, there were Polish-owned factories that provided thousands of jobs for local residents for generations. Companies like Victoria Steel, White Eagle Press, Górski Transport, and Narmco, started by the Bas, Polewski, Rodzik, and Górski families, who gave back to the community in so many ways. And just last week, I attended the reopening of the University of Windsor Law School building that underwent generational renovations, funded in part by the generous contribution of the Rodzik family. Indeed, Polish Canadians are known for their honest and hard work. Skilled machinists, electricians, engineers. Many rose to positions that shaped local industry, especially our vital auto sector. Mr. Puklich as the plant manager of the Windsor-Essex Ford engine plant, Mr. Frank Uwawishin as the vice president at Chrysler are just two examples. But outside the business world, the Polish community made tremendous contributions through the arts, culture, and sport. Dom Polski, or the Polish Hall, was the hub of cultural life in our community, the place where theater productions were held, where the Tatry Dance Ensemble performed, and where weddings and celebrations took place. Dom Polski is also where each year the Polish community throws open its doors, hosting a Polish village that draws thousands of local residents for live music, dancing, and great Polish food as part of the annual Carousel of the Nations celebrations. This year, the Polonia Center Sports Club celebrated its 40th anniversary thanks to the dedication of volunteers like Mr. Kowalczykowski and Mr. Sack, who coach soccer players from all ages and all backgrounds from across Windsor-Essex. The incredible spirit of volunteerism drives the Polish community. It's who we are. And I'm proud to say my parents, Marta and Richard, were part of a long tradition of volunteers and leaders who gave their time and energy to organizations like the Polonia Center that organized and raised funds for educational and cultural events that brought community together. Polonia Center set up annual scholarships for students from all backgrounds attending post-secondary. An annual fund was set up to help the University of Windsor purchase books for the Leddy Library. That sense of solidarity extends far beyond the community. And when natural disasters like floods hit Canada and around the world, the community quickly mobilized to raise funds. When 9/11 hit, the community even sent a letter to the mayor of New York with a check for $5,000 to support victim families. And 2 years ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the community quickly organized the pasta and pierogi dinner and raised over $30,000 for Ukrainians and for Ukraine. Solidarity and hospitality go hand in hand, Madam Speaker. And there's an old saying in Polish, gość w domu, Bóg w domu, which means when a guest is in the house, God is in the house. And it is why we saw hundreds of thousands of Poles opening their apartments to 1.5 million Ukrainian refugees fleeing the war. It is the Polish thing to do when your neighbor calls for help. A terrific example of the combination of solidarity and hospitality was the building of Polonia Park in 1980, a neighborhood containing 342 affordable and attainable townhouses that the Polish community constructed thanks to Monsignor Lawrence Wnuk and visionary volunteers like Jan Partyka, Jan Armata, Staniec, Mitch Puklich, and the Bass and Polewski families. It was pioneering, decades ahead of its time, and it went a long way to make sure that all Canadians in Windsor could find an affordable place to live in dignity and with pride. And I know because Polonia Park afforded my family our first home in Windsor. Service to community is a huge part of our Polish heritage, and so too is service to our country. The same Dom Polski that hosted weddings and Polish theater was also the home of the Polish Army in North America during the Second World War, and a recruitment center for Polish volunteers heading to Europe. Much like in 1917, the Government of Canada opened the Polish Army training camp called Camp Kościuszko in Niagara-on-the-Lake under General Józef Haller, where 22,000 volunteers were trained to fight as the Polish Blue Army in the First World War. Throughout history, Poland and Canada have been brothers in arms in major battles like the Battle of Britain and Monte Cassino, where Polish and Canadian soldiers now rest together in cemeteries of honor. Madam Speaker, last week I had a chance to reflect upon my family's story and how our single thread weaves its way into the beautiful fabric of the Polish-Canadian story in Canada. I attended a citizenship ceremony for 49 new Canadians who arrived in Canada from 18 different countries. I saw in their eyes that happiness, that hope, that promise. Above all, that incredible feeling of gratitude that fills your heart knowing you are Canadian, knowing that Canada is your home. I am proud of my Polish heritage. I am proud to be Polish Canadian. And with your help, my dear colleagues, we will have a Polish Heritage Month to celebrate a long-standing and colorful piece of that beautiful, beautiful Canadian mosaic together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know my time is very short, and I, like many other members of Parliament in this House, have a Polish heritage. I know the last name I can't say in the House, it's not appropriate, but my mother's maiden name is Satorski, which does sound very Polish with the ski at the end. So my great-grandparents actually come to Alberta in 1906. So I know for a lot of other family members that's not that long of a time, but for Albertans that's actually quite a while that my family has been in Canada. I want to talk about how Yakov and Ann Zatorski did come to this country from Poland because they wanted to have a much better life. And that is the whole purpose why they came. And from that date, they had many children, 13 to be precise, which was my grandfather, Paul Zatorski, that was born in 1913. So in some ways, I'm already a third-generation Canadian and Albertan from that side of the family. So it's nice to see that we are supporting this Heritage Month for Polish people and Polish descents of people. It's very important to many Canadians for this history that we have amongst each other. Now, I know that when they came to Canada, they didn't have much with them, and in 1906, very few families had much for any possessions in that, and I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but my time...
I'm sorry that I have to interrupt you, but the honourable member will have 8.5 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 14
As it is 2:30 p.m., the House will be adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to the relevant standing order.